All right. Good evening to all and welcome. Thank you for joining us today in the Monday, November 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Falls Church City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if you'd be so kind to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you all. Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
I will, thank you. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Here.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter.
Here.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Let's move on to adoption of the meeting agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the ayes have it. So we have an extremely busy agenda tonight. I just want to let everyone know that. But we will plow through and we'll proceed. We're going to start with a proclamation for a very special person, and Mr. Snyder is going to do the honors. So I'll turn it over to Dave.
Thank you very much. A couple weeks ago, the City Council approved a commendation on behalf of one of our long-term citizens, Thomas Tate. I'll summarize that at a couple key points of the commendation. First of all, he's made significant contributions to the city and to the United States of America. After completing his education at the University of Scranton, Mr. Tate served in the U.S. Army as an artillery and guided missile officer. Mr. Tate was part of the space journey from the very beginning. Whereas from 1962 through 2003, Mr. Tate played a major role in the National Aerospace Program, working for government and industry on the Gemini, Apollo, and Space Shuttle initiatives. And whereas in a career spanning more than 4 decades, he held positions in the private industry and counsel and special assistant to the chairman on the House of Representatives Committee on Science and Technology. He recently donated a lot of his information and memorabilia to the University of Scranton, where he was feted there quite appropriately. Whereas Mr. Tate said it is best when he stated, "I know that with philanthropy comes promise and possibilities." He has also established scholarships in several institutions. So it's our honor tonight to present this commendation to Mr. Tate, and Mr. Tate is there. So.
All right, congratulations and welcome to you, Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My pleasure.
Absolutely.
Council.
If you'd like to say a few words, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. My wife and I came to Washington for 2 years in 1973 to work on the Hill on the Science Committee. I'm still here. I lost her several years ago, but we moved to Falls Church in '74. I think there was about 8,000 people here then, and never regret a day of it. Enjoy it all the time. And thank you for this recognition, David and Council. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service. Why don't you come on forward? We'll hand it to this personally. Mr. Snyder, would you like to do the honors? It's right on up here, if you could be so kind. Thank you very much. All right, let's do a photo. Thank you so much, sir. Take care. All right. Next up on the agenda is an update from our delegate, Marcus Simon, who has served this community in this area with such distinction. We're delighted you're with us, Marcus, and thank you for all your service to our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. It's my pleasure to be here. I know you guys are working on developing your legislative program. That'll be in another meeting or two. But I've been working with Cindy in the meantime, Cindy Mester, on learning about your priorities. I'm happy to listen and hear from you all about some of the things that you've got going on. It's going to be an interesting, my glasses are falling off, but I don't need them yet. It's going to be an interesting session. If anybody read my column this week in the Falls Church News Press, I Note that having originally gone down to Richmond in 2014 as a member of a 33-member minority caucus, it was a time of very low expectations, and it got better over the years. In 2017, we got to within one of the majority, and then for the last 2 years, it's been a very busy time. We've been able to accomplish a lot of important things. It looks like I'll be going back down again this year as a member of a minority, although it'll be close. It looks like probably about 48 Democrats to 52 Republicans. And we're going to have a Republican governor for the first time since my experience serving down there. So the environment is certainly going to be different. I will say a couple of things that y'all should probably keep an eye out for, and I know that Senator Saslaw and I will be watching, is already there's an effort to roll back the authority that was recently granted to localities to control where and when people could carry firearms in city property and on city parks and things like that. And so we know that will be a bill that will be introduced probably on day one to pull that back. We will work our best to make sure that doesn't happen. I know you guys went through a long and difficult process in adopting that ordinance and getting it exactly right. We'd hate to see all that good work undone. And so I think that with the Senate continuing to be under Democratic control and with Senator Saslaw as the Democratic leader there, I don't think you'll see a bill like that make it through the General Assembly, but it certainly would be helpful for folks to hear from cities like the City of Falls Church and others that have gone ahead and adopted these ordinances and taken advantage of that new authority to let us know that it's been successful here, that it's working as it should, that it's popular and it's enhancing public safety, and you would like to keep that authority for yourselves. So that would be one thing I would flag for you as something that's likely to happen. I also know from Cindy that you guys are looking to have a city charter amendment put in that will allow anyone 18 years of age or older who resides in the city to serve on your boards and commissions, taking away the requirement that they be eligible voters in the city, and that'll allow non-citizens and others that live and reside and contribute to the city to have a more full ability to contribute and serve on these commissions and things, even if they may not be eligible to vote as U.S. citizens and others. So look forward to introducing that piece and making sure that that passes. I can't expect it'll be too controversial, but usually city charter amendments there's a lot of deference given to the will of the city fathers and mothers and council members. So with that, this is what else I've got. Again, it's on firearms, back on the issue of firearms, I'm going to continue to press the issue personally on trying to outlaw the sale of ghost guns. This is something that when I first introduced it a couple years ago, nobody had ever heard of them. Now you see today that the city of Washington, D.C. has actually tripled their bounty for recovery of these ghost guns. It's become a real problem in Maryland, in the D.C., and here in Virginia and Springfield. We had an unfortunate murder that was perpetrated with a gun that somebody manufactured at home by somebody who was too young to have been able to go and buy a gun through normal channels and pass a background check. So it's a real problem. It's arrived here in Northern Virginia, and I think it's time that we start to address that legislatively. I know that you guys are concerned, and I am and always have been, with the issue of mental health services and making sure we have funding in the budget for behavioral health services. And that is something that, the good news is I was just down, so I talk about the good news, right? I maybe started out with a little bit of down and out about the loss of the majority, but the really good news is I was just at our appropriations retreat last week in Richmond, and the appropriations staff has essentially said times have never been so good. We've had things happen that we've never seen before as far as the revenue picture is concerned. And so that means that we'll have resources to do some things we haven't done before. On affordable housing, for instance, we have funds to put a $95 million one-time injection of funds into our Virginia Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And so we know we have some challenges that money is going to help address, including in behavioral health services. Recently, the state hospitals sort of said they were closed to new patients because they didn't have any more beds. The problem isn't so much capacity at the state hospitals as in the front door. It's having a back door out to transition people into the community and have community-based services. And so I think you'll see a renewed push for funding for those community-based services so that we can help with that and inpatient as well as community services. I know you guys are interested in the issue of stormwater funding and that you want to make sure that whatever formula we have has flexibility for you all with quantity as well as water quality. And so we'll work on that issue. We talked about affordable housing funding. I've been working with Delegate-elect Elizabeth Bennett Parker on an issue that I know that that Councilwoman Hardy and some others have been working on for a while, which is the ability to allow you all to have fully, I know you guys are hybrid, I'm looking at the screen and I can see that some people are watching on Zoom, but you guys will have the ability to do fully electronic meetings, and your commissions and other boards will as well. Up to 25% of their regular meetings can be done virtually. That's a bill that I know we've been working on for a while. I'm on the FOIA Council. I'm vice chair of the Freedom of Information Council. And the FOIA Council voted unanimously to endorse that bill for the 2022 session. So it wasn't exactly what everybody wanted when it was going in, but it's gone through sort of a legislative process during the course of the off season. And I think it's gotten to a point where it's fairly well a consensus. So I think you'll see something positive come out of the session with that. Tenant rights, I see that you all have an item that's likely to go into your agenda on tenant rights. We've done a lot in Virginia for tenants over the last couple of years. And I'm interested in hearing more from you guys about specifically what it is that you're looking for now. I will just quickly say, if I can get to the, so just in the last 2 years, actually last 4 years, Virginia's launched an eviction diversion pilot program in the cities of Richmond, Hampton, Danville, and Petersburg, which we're looking now to take statewide because it's been very successful. And it allows for folks that are on the brink of eviction to find other solutions and get put in touch with other funding sources and things to keep both landlords and tenants whole and keep people housed. We've allowed for unlimited rights of redemption, meaning that if you can come up with the money to pay, you get to stay in your house. You don't get evicted just because you missed a couple of payments. We've extended the amount of time that you have as far as lead time before you have to pay or quit. So, and also allocated $4 million to fund additional legal aid attorneys to help represent tenants facing eviction. Because a lot of times you have folks that certainly can stay and can get caught up, but they don't know what their rights are, and they just kind of hide from the notices and end up evicted, even though an attorney could have probably helped them figure out their way around it. So I'm not sure what additional items you guys have. I think it sounds more like maybe empowering some enforcement for condition issues, so that it's not a matter of a tenant having to go hire a lawyer and sue their landlord, but you can actually get some assistance from a state agency to enforce habitability standards. Letty's nodding her head yes, it's something like that. So that's certainly something, again, that's probably there. We did, last year, we really greatly enhanced the penalties for what we call self-help evictions, which are something that's more of an intentional act, right, where a landlord decides to shut off the utilities or refuses to make repairs or make upgrades in an effort to get the tenant to leave. And so we've increased penalties for that, but it sounds like something that's a little more proactive than that. So with that, I'm happy to, I know you guys have a packed agenda. Yeah, I said the budget picture looks good. I think we'll have opportunities. The other thing on education I know is really important here in Falls Church in the city. I think we're looking forward to fully funding the standards of quality this year, which is going to help all localities, including Falls Church. The more of that we can fund at the state level, the less money we have to push through the LCI, the better it is for everyone. And of course, we're always looking to find ways to fund things on a per pupil basis, which I know helps you guys, and or on needs basis. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on those issues. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you all have.
All right, well, thank you so much. You've obviously been very busy, and we appreciate, again, all the great work you do for us down in Richmond. Let's go ahead and open it up to questions and comments. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Marcus, thank you for all that you do for the city and Falls Church for these past several years. It's been great to see our relationship really blossom, and we're very thankful that we have you and Senator Sassalaw down there in these new times. Just two questions on the budget. There's been some talk about reducing or eliminating the grocery sales tax, and also adding a requirement that all schools have school resource officers. Those have big budgetary implications for us, as you know. Any preliminary early thoughts? And could you just generally explain how the budget process is going to unfold with the outgoing governor and the incoming governor and the legislature's role?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Duncan. That's a great question, and I'm happy to address that. So one of the funny things we have happen in Virginia, particularly at this time in the cycle, is the initial budget proposal that we'll receive at the General Assembly will be from Governor Northam on his way out, his sort of last act in office, and he wasn't eligible to run for re-election. So he'll submit his biennial 2-year budget to the General Assembly on our first day of session, and then we have the inauguration over the weekend, actually. So we have about 3 days with Governor Northam from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then on Saturday we'll inaugurate the new incoming Governor Youngkin, and so that'll be a change of administration. But the budget's pretty much already done and set, and so we'll see in about a couple of weeks, second or third week of December, we'll get the governor's proposed budget. Will be released. He'll have a meeting with Appropriations and Finance and announce the budget. It'll be introduced on the first day of session. So as far as the process goes, that's the starting point. And then, of course, the Senate continues to be under Democratic control, and so Senator Janet Howell, who's adjacent to Falls Church, she's not quite in Falls Church, but she's Falls Church adjacent, is the chairman of the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee. So you'll have Republicans now in charge of the House Appropriations Committee, so we'll see, that will be where you'll see the governor, the incoming governor probably trying to introduce some of his ideas to the budget through the House budget process. I think already Delegate Barry Knight of Virginia Beach, who seems to be the likely new chair of appropriations, recognizes that the executive sort of proposes ideas, but the legislature actually tries to figure out how to fit that into a budget. And I think that it's eliminating the grocery tax is an excellent campaign slogan, but when you start to look at where those funds go and what they're used for and what kind of a hole that starts to put in municipal budgets at city and county levels, you've got to find a way to pay for that and make localities whole. We don't want to eliminate the grocery tax at the expense of our schools and the quality of our schools and our public safety and our fire response times and the number of police officers and public safety officers that we have. So you've got to pay for those things, and if we're going to eliminate the grocery tax, which I don't think is necessarily a bad idea, we've got to figure out how we replace that revenue for localities. And do we want that to be replaced by the state, just sort of pouring money like we did with the car tax, which I think is still a funny way to fund localities. I mean, if you were picking a funding formula, it's like, well, let's take the value of their cars and we'll use that as to decide how much money they get from the state. But at any rate, we could do it that way, or we could find another way of doing that and giving you different authority to make up the revenue. So I think that's an idea that's a long way from ready for implementation. We'll see if we get there or not. And then on school resource officers, again, I think you're going to run into I think the governor's going to find he runs into some resistance in the General Assembly to mandating that. This is one of these things where the folks want to swing the pendulum all the way back the other way. I mean, there's a movement on one end of the political spectrum that says no school resource officers, let's get police out of schools altogether, let's stop criminalizing student misbehavior. And there are other folks that say, no, look, these school resource officers provide a really valuable service and it's a good liaison with public safety. And so I think probably we'll end up winding up, I think this is sort of posturing. And so we're going to mandate school resource officers in every single school everywhere. May turn out to, well, let's just not ban them anymore, right? And so I think we'll probably find a middle ground there. But certainly if you're going to mandate them, you'd want to have some sort of funding to go with that. It would certainly be a big unfunded mandate, and particularly in localities that are doing just fine with the resource officers that they have. So it'll be an interesting conversation, but ultimately I think we'll be looking out for Falls Church. I think you'll hopefully be happy with the results.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hardy.
Thank you, Delegate Simon. Thank you for the update and all your good work. I hold out some optimism for this general session, even if we're not in the majority. I did want to provide us additional details around tenant rights. So I think it's especially important as localities like Falls Church, where we have a growing constituency of renters versus owner-occupied residences. And so in particular, we're having difficulty at the fields. And so the changes I personally like to see are two areas. One is just really beefing up our building codes around around, I think, rodents and mold, I think, are the two issues in particular that we're seeing. I think some sort of standard of, basic duty of care that landlords have to take as written in the code would be really helpful. I think the second is that we're finding that the burden of enforcement, as you said, is really on the residents. They have to go and either pester their landlord or have to hire an outside attorney, and obviously there's barriers between financial and language barriers often that renters face. And so really shifting the burden of that from renters to the state would be helpful. So we can provide more details offline, but I think it's a continued evolution of the work that you all have done on tenants' rights. I think especially important for localities where we have a greater number of renters.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? Mr. Lichtenhouse.
Marcus, thanks for all your work. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming tonight. In terms of some of these budgetary concerns, whether it's school resource officers, eliminating grocery tax, are we going to have guidance or understanding of implications before we have to vote on our own budget here locally?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, it'll be interesting to see. I think probably the answer is yes. So it's interesting, when you have divided government, sometimes the budget becomes a source of brinksmanship, and it's real hard on localities. I think some folks have probably lived through some years like that, where you guys have to do your budget in April and May, and the state actually doesn't finish its budget till like the end of June, because July 1st is when we have a government shutdown. I think that we're probably not on a path towards that kind of brinksmanship here. I think that the majorities in the House and Senate are narrow enough that I think there'll be big incentives for folks to work across the aisle, this session in particular, particularly if we have an election coming up, which we may well, even though we're not usually on cycle for that because of the way the census data has come out. There's not a likelihood, but it's certainly a chance we'll be up for re-election in 2022 again. So I think we'll probably, I'm speculating, but I think there's enough money to go around, to be honest with you, that we should be able to finish our work in March, as we usually do, be back for a reconvened session in early April, and have you guys have a pretty good idea of what the real implications will be for you through the normal course of business this year. This doesn't seem like a year where we're likely to be held up, I think, for a long time.
Fair enough. Do you, and this may be a question that you can't answer, but is there a general feeling or concern that, given the amount of money that has been floating around related to ARPA and some of the other dollars flowing through from the federal government, that there may be a growing consensus in Richmond that cities and counties are very well taken care of, and that it would be okay to claw back some of these revenue streams, put some of the additional cost on the locales?
Yeah, I don't know that anybody's ever said, well, these localities are just doing just fine. I haven't heard that sentiment a lot. There is always a tension between some folks who think that this sort of one-time money, which is what most of it is, gives us a chance to take care of some unmet needs and to use it for capital and infrastructure type projects. We can help again put one-time infusions of money into a trust fund and things like that. And so we're looking to shore up things like that, or capital projects, things that can be done with one-time money that we can't count on returning over and over again. And so there's an emphasis on a lot of those types of projects. And so given that you're all, but you can't use ARPA money to fund 3 additional school resource officers in perpetuity, right? And there's an understanding of that we're not going to try and build in these future structural problems for you all with the money that's floating around. So I don't, now, of course, there are folks that say, essentially, to the extent we have a surplus, regardless of what caused it, you've been overtaxed by X. So if we have a $2.6 billion surplus, it means we missed our budget estimate, we overtaxed you by $2.6 billion, we need to give it all back. I think that's a pretty simplistic view of it. I don't view it that way. But there will be folks that will make that argument, and so that'll be part of the debate that we have. But I think, for the most part, people are still sensitive to the challenges that localities face during the pandemic, that the funds that you've got coming in can help, again, make up for some things that were lost at one time. It can be used for one-time shoring up of things, but we can't count on that as a funding source in perpetuity. So I think there's some sensitivity to that.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Connolly?
Thanks, Delegate Simon, for being here. One of the ways that I have followed redistricting in Virginia is by following you on Twitter. So that's where I get the majority of my redistricting information. I know you're no longer on the commission, and you just mentioned the possibility of a 2022 election. Can you just talk a little bit about how you think redistricting is going to go? What's the timeline on how this is all going to work?
So, yeah, I'll be as brief as I can about that. So, as you all know, but some folks may not, and the voters of Virginia, in their wisdom, against my advice, adopted a constitutional amendment that said that we would do redistricting through this new process where we'd have a bipartisan commission made up of 50% legislators and 50% citizens appointed by legislators. And so we had the 16-member commission that we convened back in February. We waited for census data patiently until August. We got the census data in August, and we had 45 days from then to draw maps, and did not even really get close to drawing maps for the House, the Senate, or the House, or the U.S. Congress. We had a number of, I proposed personally a number of what I've considered compromise solutions and opportunities, all of which failed on 8 votes. You had 8 Republicans voting and 8 Democrats voting. And with An even number of members, 8-8 is a loss. So nobody had the votes to actually make anything happen. So with that, the responsibility for drawing the maps has now gone to the Virginia Supreme Court. As a member of the commission, I was prohibited from discussing redistricting with anybody outside the commission. Even though we were done with our part of the map drawing process, we timed out. The commission continues to exist. And so the only way I could continue to be involved in the redistricting process was to resign from the commission, which is why I resigned. And I'm now working with the House Democratic Caucus and attorneys, and the Senate Democrats, for that matter, on trying to influence the Supreme Court's redistricting process to the extent that we can and solicit public comment and so forth. So the Supreme Court appointed 2 special masters, a Republican and a Democrat. Hopefully they'll get along better than the 8-8 that we had on the commission and be able to produce some maps for the Supreme Court justices to evaluate and adopt for us for the House, the Senate, and Congress. So that process is scheduled to be done just in time for Christmas. They have 30 days. They were appointed 2 days ago, so we've got about 4 weeks left, which again puts us right in the middle of December for that, assuming they don't ask for more time. So we won't even know what our districts look like until a couple weeks before session. Paul Goldman is a attorney who also ran for lieutenant governor. He's filed a lawsuit in Richmond asking the court to declare the election that just happened unconstitutional, since we were elected on districts that were out of date and out of proportion to the population, and with a remedy for that being that we'd be required to run again as soon as possible, which would be November of 2022. And so that's why that possibility hangs out there. And then we have a change of attorneys general coming up. So the current attorney general has said that Mr. Goldman doesn't really have standing to bring that suit and is appealing it. I don't know what Attorney General Miyares would think of that suit, so that will also slow things down some. So it's hard to know what exactly will happen there. But that's sort of the state of play at the moment. Certainly doing everything I can to keep the city of Falls Church in line with the neighborhood just over there where I live, so that I can continue to represent you all.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to give you one last, it looks like there's no additional comments up here, just one last thought on the grocery store issue. I do think that even if there was authority to make it up through some other means, we've made a concerted effort to really have economic development associated with grocery stores and have a disordinate amount of revenue that comes from those. And so if the notion was to, eliminate it there and put it somewhere else, it may still be very detrimental to us. And so
Understood.
anything that kind of keeps us whole with respect to the tax that currently comes from grocery stores, I think would be most helpful for the city.
Got it. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you. All right, well, listen, I don't think there are any other comments at the present, but again, thank you so much for your continuing good work. Look forward to furthering conversations on this matter.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I look forward to hearing more from you as we get closer to session.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on now to a summary of written comments, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to hit the mic over here. Our written comments for this evening. First, we have budget and ARPA funds use comments. John Ward of 335 Riley Street asks that ARPA funds be used to prepare the city to be resilient and address climate change by installing solar panels at the community center and provide home weatherization and energy audits. Andy Rankin of 345 Little Falls Street asks that a larger sum be budgeted for new sidewalks and sidewalk improvements. Library Director Jenny Carroll wrote to support the Employee Advisory Council's request, including a 3.5 salary request. She also asked that library employees be eligible for any premium pay for working in person during the pandemic. The Falls Church Employee Advisory Council requested a 3.5% salary increase for FY21, filling vacant positions. They asked for a compensation study, a staffing level study, budgeting for any new staff needed, and restoring departmental operating budgets from surplus funds. They also requested bonuses for staff working during the pandemic to come from ARPA funds. We did receive also a petition from this group, the EAC, with I think it was more than 124. We still had some extra signatures coming in as we were going into the meeting, requesting this. Over 100 employees signed the petition. The following wrote in support of using ARPA funds for stormwater mitigation at the Broadway, 502 West Broad Street. W. Frederick Thompson, resident of the Broadway condominium, on behalf of the 80 residences and 4 commercial businesses at the Broadway, ask that $200,000 be added to the proposed ARPA budget amendment to develop a 5-year plan for upgrading city stormwater structures and to provide immediate repairs in areas experiencing problems, including West Broad and Lee Streets. And the following residents also wrote in support of that. David Blanchard, these are residents from the Broadway. David Blanchard, Aline Blanchard, Diane DeMaio, Elu Kim, Aria Liu, Ivana Pelican, Becky Petrucci, Marshall and Edith Shai, and Nancy Strickland. We had comments on the proposed plastic bag tax. The following do not support a plastic bag tax: Stephen Donnelly of 300 Kent Street, Beth Helleman, Jeff Jardine, and John Measley of 602 Laura Drive. The following support a plastic bag tax: Jenny Jerez, Susan Lane of 121 West Marshall Street, Anthony Cook, Kathy Hartman, Julie Krachman of 412 East Columbia Street, Kristen Stamilio, and Tim Stevens. In other comments, Sean Dakin provided comments on traffic enforcement. Christine Kwan of 203 Patterson Street provided comments on the proposed Founders Row 2 project, asking that the number of residential units be reduced and that retail space be increased. David Tax wrote about expanding the police force to take into account the needs for vertical policing presented by new development. And VPAS provided comments on the proposed One City Center project, stating they believe it needs substantial changes. And I did receive a few additional comments. Would you like me to
Yes.
attempt to summarize those? Let's see. We have Phil Christensen asked that you approve staff remuneration package that comes as close as possible to the 3.5% raise previously frozen, and build such a package on the foundation of the largest salary increase possible. And Mr. Phil Christensen lives at 343 James Street. We also did receive the petition, the completed petition, asking for the same from the Employee Advisory Council. And received in the mail this afternoon some comments regarding the, from Jesse Capps from 600 Roosevelt Boulevard, regarding the East End Small Area Plan and the impact on the Eden Center, and that was forwarded to council, was received this afternoon. And those are our additional written comments.
All right, thank you very much. Let's now move on to the receipt of public comments.
Yes, we have Mr. Fred Thompson, who is actually joining us virtually. And just wanted to let everybody know that you'll have 3 minutes to speak this evening. And we're going to start out with Mr. Thompson, and then we're going to have Caitlin Sobsey, who is representing the Employee Advisory Council, following Mr. Thompson.
All right, welcome.
Okay, may I begin?
Yes, of course you may. Please.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you to the council. I should and I do always want to thank all of you for all the energy and effort you put into this work, because it's critically important to our city. But I know it's you don't get the thanks you should as often as you should. I just wanted to highlight a few items in the report that I submitted today. I'm not sure that you've all been able to see it, but what we have basically done is basically look at the information that's gone forward to the council as a result of the town halls. And our view of it, our assessment of it, is that there is a strong support for stormwater management, improving stormwater management, both the projects that have gone through the task force and other projects like our own that weren't considered or analyzed by the task force, but that this is an important issue that the council needs to address and that the city needs to address And I want to make sure that you have an opportunity to discuss that tonight. As Delegate Simon said, this is the vehicle to address these kinds of one-up infrastructure problems, and I hope that we'll take full advantage of it. What we have recommended is that the city consider adding $200,000 to the allocation of $7.4 million to ensure that it looks not just at the 3 projects that are proposed to be funded by that allocation, but the coming 3 projects that were not at this point funded, as well as other crisis points in the city. And that it also, while it does that analysis and planning, that it identifies specific critical issues. And we feel we have one out in front of our building where our stormwater pipe is effectively underwater and impeded from operating in an effective way. This is a huge task for the city, and it's a huge task for the Public Works Office. We think it's not business as usual in any sense. We would be spending, when we add these projects together, over $10 million, maybe much more than that. And we think it does involve a requirement really to look at what's the work that needs to be done, what's the best way to do it, should we partner with other jurisdictions, should we do contracting assistance. I would submit that based on my own review of the budget for FY 2022, there's not enough resource there to do this work, and there needs to be a plan to get it done, and we would recommend that take place. And then finally, I tried to put this proposal in a language that a homeowner could understand by drawing an analogy of buying a home on spec, where you trust the builder that they built it right, and you trust the city planning, permitting system to make sure that when you move in, you don't have problems, but then you do move in and you do have problems. And many of those, or some of those, I would say, are problems within our building, and reluctantly we know and we will fix those. But some of the other problems are problems with how we connect to the city. And I would just mention that when we had the city over in July, we found that our egress pipe, our main stormwater pipe, was 30 inches underwater. And in fact, that pipe, the entire city structure, was within 3 inches of flooding Broad Street. It's not a problem that we can solve. We weren't even allowed to put cameras into the pipe. We weren't allowed to lift manholes. We're not allowed to replace the pipe. And as the city looks at the broader range of things it needs to do, we hope it will also look at some interim critical areas where it can make life better for its citizens.
I know city staff was looking into what was received earlier. Do you have any comments at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. We are looking into it, and we will get a written response back on this matter. It is an engineering issue, and we're just working through that engineering. I think there is still some more information that we will be requesting, but we will follow up.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, we have Caitlin Sopsey. She's the chair of the Employee Advisory Council, and we do give our city councils and boards 5 minutes speaking on behalf of their boards. And I will say Michael Lane is our next speaker that's up.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Caitlin Sopsey. I'm here tonight on behalf of the EAC, which is the Employee Advisory Council. Like Madam Clerk stated, a written summary of our request was submitted earlier today and summarized tonight, but we have a few things we just want to comment on tonight in person. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you tonight regarding the EAC's request to Council to reinstate the foregone 3.5% increase using FY21 surplus funds. The City Manager's current recommendation, as of earlier this afternoon, is a 1% increase and a one-time $1,500 bonus using a combination of surplus funds and ARPA dollars for all employees, and a one-time $1,000 premium pay COVID bonus for eligible employees. As representatives of city staff, the EAC feels this recommendation is not sufficient compensation for the staff's heroic efforts during the pandemic, and instead requests that the 3.5% salary increase that was initially planned and budgeted for in FY21 be reinstated in full in light of the $1.6 million surplus at the end of FY21, made of savings, which were the result of cuts made to the general government budget and our salaries. We do not view this as a reward or an extra incentive, but a fair and reasonable request to recoup the lost wages due to COVID budget cuts and a necessary step forward towards getting compensation on track to be competitive with neighboring jurisdictions. Inflation is at a high, much higher than the requested increase before you, and staff has been doing more with less for the last 20 months. Many employees currently fill multiple roles due to staff vacancies or understaffing. At the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, this was necessary to continue government operations, and many employees were happy to take on more, but now we feel that those efforts should be acknowledged and all staff should be compensated for the work they have done and the sacrifices made. The EAC has polled the employee body, in addition to reaching out personally and speaking with those in our departments, for their opinions on this request. The responses have been resoundingly in favor of a 3.5% increase. From our perspective, there has not been a diversity of opinions on this matter among the staff, as was reported previously by the city manager. A petition in support of the EAC's request for 3.5% plus bonuses has been submitted to the city clerk and has 133 signatures as of this evening. The EAC has not received any employee comments in support of a bonus only or a bonus in lieu of merit increase option. There are many employees here tonight in support of this request in the petition that was circulated. And if I can just get anyone here tonight who is on staff or not on staff who's in support of this request to stand for just a moment. Thank you all. Bonuses alone do not equate employee retention. Oh, you can sit. Thank you. The bonuses recommended is appreciated, but we are also asking for the 3.5% increase to show that council genuinely cares for and invests in the city staff. Additionally, $1,000 premium pay is not enough for our frontline workers. The DPW ops staff specifically were expected to continue working through the shutdown after City Hall was closed and many other staff members were sent home, and they were not eligible for the CARES premium pay that law enforcement received for working during this same period. We were encouraged to hear from some members of council last week that are in support of doing more than the 1% as proposed. We especially take note of Councilmember Hardy's questions regarding staffing levels relative to the projects that are in the budget. The employees that have performed their work over the last 2 years have done so with fewer people than expected. To increase or even maintain current workload without bolstering staff levels will only put more strain on an already threadbare and weary staff. We fear that council's failure to take meaningful action on this issue will result in even lower employee morale and create even greater strain on the city staff, which ultimately could result in the continued loss of valued employees and institutional knowledge. The EAC, on behalf of all the employees of the City of Falls Church, strongly urges you to reciprocate the extraordinary and unprecedented efforts we have made in the last 2 years and also take extraordinary and unprecedented measures to show city staff they are valued and respected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for yours. And we certainly appreciate the great work our city staff does. Our next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Michael Lane, followed by Allison Brown.
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Lane. I work for Public Works, maintenance technician, facilities. I am here to support EAC, but this evening I'm going to talk about myself and my fellow co-workers that worked through the pandemic. We feel that the $1,000 premium pay compensation is not nearly enough. We were asked to work through COVID. We did so voluntarily. We had 28 employees at the time. 21 went home. I did some numbers. Roughly $275,000 was paid out in pay to those 21 employees. That's the low end, just for pay for staying home. 700 hours of paid time off was given out. Not to mention 401ks, pensions, all benefits, paid out to 21 guys at home. Then the city paid out a $1,000 bonus to everyone. Now we're talking a 1% increase, $1,500 bonus to everyone, and only $1,000 to my guys that worked through the pandemic. It makes us feel underappreciated, overlooked, and frankly, like we're expendable. Again, I'm not up here throwing anyone under the bus. I just feel what we do is important. We take care of this city and we do it with respect. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you for your time and your efforts.
I'm Allison Brown, a resident at 706 Poplar Drive, and I have a few comments about ARPA funds and the surplus. I do want to support ARPA funds for investments in affordable housing. I know that's in the current proposal, and I fully support that. It's a critical need, and as you're working through what actually will be funded, I really recommend targeting funds for housing to accommodate families. So there's just very, very little of that in Falls Church City that's affordable. And, the investments in affordable housing will promote equity and make Falls Church City a more vibrant and a better place to live. I also support investments in staff compensation. Retention is incredibly important, filling the vacant positions, and also thinking about targeted hiring as the city does grow and change to make sure that our staff keeps up with the needs. So, similar principles should apply to the surplus funds. I think one of the reasons why we have a surplus and why we have all of these incredible infrastructure needs, in particular stormwater, is because the city has underinvested for years and decades in some of these infrastructure projects. So the fact that we do have a surplus this year isn't really, okay, well, we should just immediately send it back to taxpayers. I think we have been essentially underfunding those kinds of priorities, all of these stormwater projects that are building up over decades. And so now is the time to really invest in our city in all of these ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Yes, next we have Diane Bullock, followed by Nikki Weismiller.
Hi, I'm Diane Bullock. I'm here as a former EAC member and a current staff member of the library. I also served on the Use of Force Review Committee. I thank the council and appreciate being given this time to speak. I support the request by city employees for a 3.5% salary increase to make whole the loss of a raise we experienced in 2020. I believe that the city can afford it and that the hard work of city employees has merited it. As a staff member of the library, I know firsthand how we met the challenge during the pandemic and worked hard to maintain a high level of service for our community. I am aware that other city departments did the same, some remotely, some on site. The library kept staff on site beginning in May 2020 and right through until we moved into our renovated building. Here are some numbers that I hope give a picture of the extra lengths we went to be sure our patrons were well served. From May 2020 until July 2021, we made 19,073 trips to the curb to place library items into the trunks of waiting vehicles. This even through rain, thunderstorms, snow, sleet, hail, humid heat, freezing cold, and a locust invasion. From May 2020 until July 2021, library staff provided patrons with 62,000 items. Each of those items was requested by phone, email, etc., gathered from the shelves by staff, placed on hold, and identified for particular patrons, and brought out to the waiting patrons when they arrived. That means the library staff made, on average, 1,400 trips per month to deliver items to patrons at curbside. And of course, in addition, we assisted patrons on the phone, by email, et cetera, to help set up accounts, access digital collections, navigate databases and catalogs, et cetera. We also, on-site, quarantined and checked in returned items, and all while maintaining safety and distancing procedures to keep patrons and fellow workers safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your efforts.
This is Nikki Weissmiller.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Nikki Weissmiller. I live at 300 Rollins Street and am the Chief Deputy Treasurer. I'm here tonight to support the petition submitted by the EAC on behalf of the employees because we were promised a 3.5% salary increase in 2020 that we would like to have restored. The city manager's proposal combines salary increase and bonus, which negatively impacts our long-term earning potential. I view these two forms of compensation as separate and coming from two different buckets. It is through the sacrifices and efforts of employees that we have a surplus, so the increase should come from the surplus bucket. The bonuses can and should come from ARPA funds to award employees additional one-time compensation for working under unprecedented circumstances of a global pandemic. These two forms of compensation are not mutually exclusive, and both should be awarded to demonstrate that employees are valued and respected for their loyalty, dedication, and work ethic. Adequate and competitive compensation will help improve morale and employee retention. Our turnover rate is concerning. Each employee turnover has a significant and negative impact on our ability to operate a quality professional business office. In our department, the learning curve is steep and intricate with a long lead time to onboard and train employees to a smooth, efficient operating level. I'd also like to address the issue of parity between schools and city staff. Our teachers are some of the highest paid in the state of Virginia, while our city employees are not. We are starting from lower base salaries. To be fair and equitable, we must first bring city employees up to competitive salaries in line with our region. As it stands, we are not comparing apples to apples. The compensation study is a critical component to achieving parity in our locality. Again, I implore council to consider our plea to be compensated equitably. We must act quickly and fairly to appropriately compensate staff to improve morale and retention in our organization. I also ask that we restore operating budgets and the foregone salary increase of 3.5% and award both proposed bonuses to employees. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for yours. Madam Clerk?
And we have no further comments.
All right. I am going to welcome you all. If there's anyone else in the audience who didn't have a chance to speak, who would like to speak, you're most welcome to do so. All right, let's move on now to council requests. Are there any council requests? Okay, let's move on to the report of the city manager, Mr. Shields. I understand this is going to be mostly the chief of police and her.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tarter. If I could invite the chief of police to come forward, Mary Gavin, and she will give a report to the city council and an update on the actions we're taking to follow up on the work of the Use of Force Review Committee. Thank you, Chief, for being here tonight.
Thank you. And thank you, Council. Thank you for coming to today's promotional ceremony for 8 officers that were promoted and our 2 new sworn-in officers. Very meaningful for you to be there in support of them. I stand here in alliance with the Sheriff Kay, as we give a progress report on the use of force. I'll be brief because I do have a short video I want to present to you on our 4th recommendation. But I'm going to go over 5 recommendations here tonight. As you know, the Use of Force Committee had given us 10 recommendations back in February, and working very diligent on those. The first recommendation we're going to talk about is core values. As you recall, the police department established an internal reform group, which met with you, council, and community members, and redefined the organization's overall vision and established core values, the core values being protection of life, community engagement, respect, accountability, integrity, professionalism, and innovation. Those have been incorporated in our general orders, and we are now actually working with a Lexipol system to incorporate all of our general orders in a different format. The second recommendation is incident evidence, which is standardizing the need for audiovisual evidence. And as you know, we had applied for a grant to obtain body-worn cameras last year. We have obtained the cameras themselves. They have been procured. Right now, we're in meetings with IT to get the necessary body-worn camera software and servers required underway. All officers have taken online course training to understand the protocols for wearing body-worn cameras. We are refining our policies and general orders in regards to this new tool, and we anticipate the first phase of the body-worn cameras being deployed in spring 2022, and we surely will update the community prior to that deployment. The third recommendation is community education and relations. Pleased to announce that we have hired an administrative deputy director in Claire Casey. I think it's important for all police departments to recognize that we really need community strategists and civilian mindset when we engage with the community. I think it's very important in police reform. Claire has been very valuable up to this point, and in her last 15 days has shown us a new way of thinking, and I'm most appreciative of her leadership, the direction, and the support she's given the police department. We look forward to establishing the community statistic program, where we show on our website the use of force numbers and the community police data that is that we're driven by legislation to now collect. The fourth recommendation is the special circumstances and vulnerable populations. Providing better support for special circumstances and vulnerable populations really gets to the preservation of life and the respect for all life. Being accountable, being empathetic, being compassionate with all people as we engage them in the community. One of the first things I'd like to highlight is Sergeant Jennifer Wood, who attended the National Center for Criminal Justice for Disabilities, the local ARC. And through that, she went to a train-the-trainer course for first responders. So it was pretty much sensitizing police officers how to deal with somebody with maybe intellectual disabilities or any other disabilities when they encounter them on a call or in the street. The Office of Emergency Management, I'd like to highlight Joe Carter and Mike Stady's work in the community, where they have met with approximately 20 Winter Hill senior residents to do safety audits of their residents and shared living spaces and giving them safety plans. OEM will be following up with these plans with other elderly residents throughout the community in the early 22. All of this has to do with policy, training, leadership, and what I wanted to demonstrate is a short video as to the crisis intervention training. How is it that we deal with somebody that is in crisis? And use of force, you know, it's a difficult subject, but it's something I think that if you see it in action and you see it done really well, which I'm going to show you, it's done very compassionately with empathetic officers. I have three officers that are highlighted in this film. One is Captain Marcus Bristol. The tip of the spear in this incident is Sergeant Jennifer Wood, and then you have Sergeant Clark Gagne. I also would like to say the one that actually directs most of the incident is the emergency technician dispatcher, which is Holly Gable. She actually took 8 phone calls from residents during this video in a 6-minute period. So there's a lot going on, but it really does display to you the teamwork, the equipment, the training, and the empathy that these officers have for people in crisis. We have blurred out the community member for the privacy factor, but I'm going to ask Cindy if she could hit the video for me.
Please emergency line. Hi, there's a guy walking around. He has white shorts, African American guy, white shorts, black T-shirt with some gold writing on it. He has a gun in his hand. He is hallucinating, screaming that some guy's in the bushes.
32 to Cruiser 30. He's in the roadway at the 100 block intersection. He's stopping traffic where the Metro bus is. Sir, get off the roadway. Get off the roadway. Sir, please get off the roadway. We'll talk on the sidewalk. We'll talk on the sidewalk. Get off the roadway. Get off the roadway. Sir, get off the roadway. We can talk. We can talk. Come on. Let's talk about this. Get off the roadway. Stop right there. Stop right there. Hands up. Please walk to the sidewalk. Put your hands up, okay? We'll have a conversation. Hands up. Hands up. Do you have any weapons on you? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Keep your hands up for us, okay? Walk up to the sidewalk and go ahead and lay on the sidewalk, okay? We don't want you to get hit by traffic. Keep your hands up, okay? We can have a conversation. You can hear our voice, okay? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay. Hands up. Hands up. Okay. Get down on one knee, okay? Keep down on one knee, okay? Can you listen to our voice? Okay, get down on one knee if you can listen to my voice. Okay, get down on one knee. Keep. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to get through this together. Everything's going to be okay. Can you lay down flat? Can you lay down flat for us? Everything is going to be okay. We're here. We're listening. Okay? Thank you. Can you... Hey, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Okay. Can you lay down? Can you lay down for us, please? Okay. Do us a favor. Don, you want to walk to me? Don, do you want to walk to me? Yes. All right, keep walking to me. Hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Hands up. Hands up. Please. Got the gun? I'm not going to do anything, sir. I'm telling the guys right there. Okay, but you're saying it may be real to you. You can't see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I am. Very good. They're going to shoot right now. Okay.
Just relax.
Please. Okay, how much sleep did you get last night?
I mean, I have to sleep for months.
Okay. Do you live on Annandale?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you just move in the city?
I just moved.
How long have you been here for?
Oh, man, please.
Don't worry.
For 4 days.
Right.
4 days.
You're safe.
All right.
Anything else on you?
All right. No, let's walk over to the sidewalk.
No. Okay.
Please, I don't want to go there. Ma'am, they're right here. Okay. Ma'am, they're right there.
Where do you feel safe? Where do you feel safe? Where do you
I feel safe by your car.
Okay, we're gonna do that.
Yes,
Okay?
ma'am.
We're gonna go this way.
Please. Please.
We're gonna go buy our cars. That sounds good.
Okay.
Clip. It was a 10-minute negotiation with a man with a gun. It was very intense. I'd like to recognize right now Captain Marcus Bristol and Jen Wood, who are with us tonight, that made the courageous effort to jump out and go hands-on. We don't recognize these enough for officers that actually, they get into these tense moments, and we often see the worst of the worst on the media. But this is why it's done right. It's done right because they have been intimately involved in creating the policy and at every level being leaders in the field. This isn't where this stops, though. I mean, this gentleman he was in crisis, obviously, had a loaded handgun. He had 8 witnesses that called in fear of what was going on. But we had to watch him for the next 3 days, 24 hours a day. And so that was officers off the street at the hospital with him until such time he could be committed. And then 2 days later this happened on a Monday, by Friday he was out of the hospital back into our community. So we were very fortunate with the community members that were working with us in the neighborhood in which you worked or lived. But that gets down to the last recommendation, talking about personnel and training. Obviously, they are doing great training. They have great equipment in large part because of the resources that you have provided. But over the last 6 months, in terms of staffing, the police department has seen an accelerated rate of sworn officers' resignations and retirements, which has severely impacted our staffing levels. 20% of the police department's full-time sworn officers have separated since July, plus an additional 5 officers that have recently identified that they are actively seeking positions in other law enforcement agencies. To put that in perspective, the attrition rate for the police department is usually 2 sworn officers per year. So we've had 6, almost 7 in the last 5 months. It's a dramatic change in staffing as we realign our priorities for mass hiring, retention of our current employees, and establishing a proactive plan for tiered public safety services if we were to lose these additional 5. With public safety expectations higher, this is drastically reducing our ability to enable us to be effective in consistently meeting the sustainable implementation of the recommendations by the Use of Force Committee. We tried this past year to do the training coordinator position, which was highly recommended, but we had to fold that back into operations because of staffing. So we're at a staffing crisis, and we're not competitive in terms of the region, in terms of the police departments. But I thank you for the time. We look forward to continuing down this path and giving you updated progress reports. We're continually engaged with the members of the committee that help us in day-to-day operations with the police department, and we're most grateful for that continued relationship with them. So.
Thank you very much. If you could just maybe stay up there just for just a minute. I imagine we have a couple questions and comments. And again, want to thank you for the great service our police provide for our community. Mr. Snyder.
Sure, thanks a lot. So, Chief, I think it's true, and correct me if I'm wrong, that every budget session, when you appear in our annual budget session, I ask you and the city manager, are we adequately funding the police department? At least I recall asking that every time. So something has occurred here since we approved the budget. So my question to you is, what is your specific recommendation to maintain the current police officers, to prevent the 5 from leaving, and address the issues that cause the others to leave? Specifically, what do you recommend in terms of compensation and other benefits and other things that we should do to attract and retain the quality of police officers that we have and we're used to having?
Great question. We have a comprehensive study on the comparative salaries in regarding to our department versus I guess the lead department would be Herndon in the region in terms of pay. We start at $52,205 for our young officers. Herndon starts at 60 plus a 25% boost if they have certain certifications. So starting salary and the grade and scale moving to a market adjustment is one of the first things to attract people. Not only attract new officers, but to attract lateral officers, which we oftentimes do. Our benefits are comparable in terms of retirement multiplier, the healthcare. I'm working with a new benefits manager that Steve has hired to ensure that we are doing all of the right things. I'm excited about, one, her energy in and around this subject, and I've already learned a lot from her in the 2 days that she's been here. So that's something we also are studying. Talking to the officers, particularly young officers, it's pay. A lot of the mid-career officers that are leaving, some of it is the climate. The fact that this is not possibly where they want to be anymore, because it's a tough course culture, and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of support for the profession. We have, been in roll calls, revamping all our policies, working with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, We've been doing everything we can to shore up the officers' services to make sure they don't feel vulnerable in this environment. But it is hard. It's hard. It started with you all coming to today's promotional ceremony. That shows the sign of support and that they need to see and hear. But, it's a difficult time because, much like the EAC said, we're not competitive. We're not competitive. We don't offer a lot of opportunity in terms of the types of positions that other larger departments can, and some of the younger officers want that. So we need to shore up our salaries. We need to stay competitive with our benefits, and I think we're in a pretty good place with that as we look comparatively to Herndon. And we have to grow. We need more officers. These 3 officers were the only ones on the street. This was the easiest call they had that week. And we're not talking about crime. We're talking about public safety service. This was a hard call, but this was the easiest one they had. Later on in that week, they had 2 very traumatic deaths that weren't crime-related, but their weigh on these people, the mental health and the stress and the cumulative stress is something that weighs on these officers. And, when I talked to them and I came in that day to say, hey, how did this all occur, and debriefing them, the sergeant that was on the scene said to me, Chief, this was the easy part. It was the rest of the day, because they're saddled with 2 people and they have all these calls for service, because the one is committed to this gentleman until such time their shift ends, and then the next shift comes in, and then somebody else has to go out and sit with them at the hospital for 3 days, because, as Marcus Simon said, our mental health resources are few. But the number of officers we typically had on the street is 3, because they need days off. Sometimes they get sick, or they have to go to training, and they do that. And when they do, they don't have relief. Losing the 6 that we have, and then possibly 5 more, is going to be dire. We're going to have to tier services as to what we actually are responding to. I have the operations commander, the new operations commander, Marcus Bristol, with me tonight, coming up with a tiered plan as to what that looks like. We are also, CID, Criminal Investigations Unit, is tiering about what they will, what they can investigate versus what they cannot. So we're in a difficult time altogether in this nation, but your police department is suffering the same way. The difference being is, with Arlington County, Fairfax County, Alexandria, they have units such as a properties crime unit that they can pull from, TAC units, they have motor units, they have all these units that can support. We do not have a bench. We have operations, we have CID. And when we're minimally staffed, this turned around very quickly on us because of that. So we need more officers. We need more pay, we need more officers. And we appreciate the support.
So thanks very much, Chief. So I asked the question deliberately to get the answers you're giving me, and I'm going to ask the city manager on a urgent basis to provide us with a full plan to address the policing issues, and clearly not only to look at it next year, but now. And we're going to take other action tonight, I'm sure, about general employee compensation. So that'll help a little bit. But I think there's some specific policing issues, and I think our community has been pretty supportive of the police. I know we have as individuals. Every time I see the police, I thank them for the job that they do. Sometimes they see me out at the street with at a motor vehicle crash because I'm an EMT and have to do that. But they've all been great, and they ought to feel supported. And if there's anything else we need to do as a community beyond the compensation and the money and the number of officers, please let us know. I think we're all anxious to address that as well. But I'm going to ask the city manager that we address this on an urgent basis. Thank you.
All right, do we have other, Ms. Hiscott?
Just want to echo the thanks to all of our officers and echo the comments of Councilman Snyder. And in that plan, working together to identify what is that number of officers that not only gets us back to where we were, but makes it feel like you have the support you need so we're not in this situation again if you lose at that same rate. So just wanted to echo my support and ask for additional clarification on specific numbers of hires that would get you to a comfort level that keeps people feeling like they want to work here at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you, Chief. So I will echo all the thanks. I think the video is indicative of how important the law enforcement professional community is to us, and so thank you for all the hard work there. I think based on that example, you mentioned that anytime you have kind of a mental health call, your officers have to get pulled off because they're stuck with the person there. I think a couple months ago, we talked about some sort of like mental health pilot program that the county was running that we were hoping to be a part of that would allow us to alleviate that burden on our officers and not pull them off the street. Do you have an update on how that's going, and is that something that we can help support you with?
Right. Actually, it would be like a co-responder response. Actually, they have a mental health worker that works with the officer in the car. They have not come to get to the place where they can come to Falls Church quite yet. That will alleviate the initial reaction, but it's not going to alleviate the fact that we would still have to guard that person for those many hours until such time they're committed. You know, we have a great relationship with our community service board, but they're taxed as well. Sheriff's Department from Fairfax used to actually allot a sheriff's deputy out there to do just some of that. But times are tough for everyone in terms of staffing. And where I think the co-responder response is building, it's not here yet. I think it's going to help us when we go to interact with a subject. You know, some people don't interact well to the uniform, but you can see with the crisis intervention, what Jen Wood was saying that whole time is you are supported. We hear you. We're with you. You're safe. You know, and it was reinforcing that completely with him, which gave him the trust to de-escalate himself and to get to the officer where she went hands-on courageously. The gun was fully loaded, Glock, 9mm. So.
Thank you. Well, you have our support to do what we can on salary as well as staffing levels. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Thank you. Chief, that was, it was a pretty remarkable ceremony earlier today, and it was the first of that kind that I've been able to participate in or at least view. And I mean, to some extent, a very moving experience because it's always been difficult working in law enforcement. I understand that, but the last 18 months or so, I can only imagine it's just been remarkably difficult, literally and figuratively taking fire from all sides. And so I think what struck me in your comments were the focus on compassion and integrity and empathy. And I think, and I know I've said this before, but I truly believe that our law enforcement here, both police and sheriff, are a model for other jurisdictions, the way that you all handle that. And the video that you showed with Marcus and Jen and others is just, I think, reinforces that, especially with all of the videos that we've been absolutely just covered up with over the last 18 months with different incidents around the country. I think that's just a remarkable example of that empathy and integrity and compassion that you talk about. And so you all have my full support. It is, I think it has come to a head here in the city from a staffing perspective, not just law enforcement, but also city staff, that we have to take a step back and recognize, what is it that makes Falls Church truly special? And it is the people. We continue to build, we continue to invest in infrastructure, and with that, comes things that we can be proud of tangibly, but it also comes with greater responsibility to manage that, to enforce that, to improve that, and to sustain that. And so this has just been, for me, I think of just a somewhat moving experience today in terms of what you all deal with. And for me, it just hammers the point home that city staff, your department, sheriff, and others are really what make Falls Church special. And I'm committed to supporting you guys and giving you what you need to continue that, because without you all, Falls Church is just not Falls Church. And so thank you for your leadership, truly, and thank you for the staff that came today, EAC and others, and for those in your force that were promoted and have recently joined. look forward to interacting with you guys because you guys are truly one of a kind and a model for other jurisdictions around the country. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Connolly?
Thanks, Mayor Charter. Thank you, Chief Gavin. And as I'm looking at this use of force review, I think back to when we started this back in June, July of 2021. Not having an idea where we were going with that, and your extreme graciousness in making sure that everything happened the way it did to pull together that committee and participate, as well as our sheriff and others on staff. So the fact that we're here tonight and we're focusing on the personnel was not something that we anticipated back when we first started this. And I know there are a lot of pieces to the use of force and a lot that you're working with your team to make sure that you're taking care of the community. I was really struck in that video with two things. One is like 4 minutes in the shoes of a police officer, and that's a hard job. That's a job that really takes special people to do. So I thank all of our police department for doing that. And the second is that's where we all walk every single day. That's that's 4 Ps. That's where we all are. And when you think about crime in the city and things happening, that's not what I picture as where police officers are called to. So that also is it's just jarring. So I would agree with all my colleagues that we need to do everything we can to keep your police officers here, keep them happy. As you welcomed us this morning and said, welcome to our family, I think that is really important that our police officers know they are valued members of our community. And we'll start right here, and then we have our budget process for next spring also to continue this process of making sure that your staff know that they're appreciated and important and continuing to grow the police force. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Snyder?
Sure, one other question. You mentioned, you made a vague reference to people don't want to, some folks are leaving because they don't want to be here anymore, the context of the whatever. Are you getting the support, are your police getting the support they need from the Commonwealth's attorney?
I proactively talk to the Commonwealth when we have any type of case that deals with vulnerable populations. And so I do get a lot of feedback because I ask for it and request it. I've not had an incident where I'm not getting support because I'm usually proactively going at them and saying, this is what was going on. I'm astutely aware that it's, in lots of jurisdictions, there is a contrast of ideas and officers feel somewhat vulnerable in this environment. So that's why I usually proactively lean into them and talk to them and show them the great work that these officers are doing and trying to make sure that they're recognized too for assisting us. And in this case in particular, Marcus Bristol was on the phone with them trying to get the emergency detention order and helping the young officers figure out the new laws and legislations in regards to, people in mental health crises, red flag laws with the weapon. So they've been very helpful in that. But in large part, it's because I think we have reached out to them first. But for instance, we're in communication today about the sexual assault case where they were appreciative of our efforts. I would dare say the people that brought that to fruition were the detectives, but also the community. I'd like to really thank the community for coming out and calling us and telling us a timeline and the movements and descriptions and everything that subject had been moving through this community. They put a timeline together that assisted us in catching him. And it's really important. Now, it'll be seen if we have enough evidence to move forward and convict, but he's off the streets and he's out of this community. And that was the community coming forward. We're very appreciative of that.
Okay, so let me add just a request. Chief, you've made clear what we need to do here on City Council and what our citizens need to do. I want you to be as clear about, are you getting the support you need from the Commonwealth's attorney? And how about the courts? Are you getting, are you being treated well by the courts? Because I notice over in D.C., the police chief had what appeared to be a legitimate issue. So my question to you is, we need to know that because we interact with other elements in the system. So
sure.
I would appreciate knowing if there are other issues we need to do to support our police officers.
I have not experienced anything during this recent administration with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office where they have they've put us in a position of disadvantage or they've put us in a position of compromise. I did a short survey for Carol the other day in terms of the traffic court and how the officers are feeling and did they feel supported. It is a different model in which how they're approaching traffic, but the officers don't seem to mind what's going on in terms of that. I am in constant conversation with the lead, Parissa and Brandon Sloan and all of them in regards to all of the cases that we have. I have not heard anything in regards to our recent homicide in the city at the Eden Center, I think it was September 11th of last year. They've been very supportive of that case and the detectives and working with them hand in hand, making sure they have everything that they need. I have not had any bad instances, but I will tell you that I proactively and have the command staff proactively lean into ensuring that we have conversations immediately after there's an incident in the community to make sure that they know all of the facts.
Okay, thanks very much. My request continues that you keep us informed as to what you need from us, but also what you need from other parts of the system.
Yes.
And one other point. So it came up in the discussion on speed enforcement that the judges are throwing out a lot of speeding charges. Is that true or not? That they're not enforcing the speeding, that they're throwing out a lot of speeding cases?
Do you know that? Pardon me? Come on. If you won't mind.
Sure.
The ones that write the tickets, I'm going to have it.
Yeah. It's a pretty important subject. Thank you to our citizens.
Good evening, everyone. So to kind of highlight the court systems, from what all the officers are kind of feeling is that the judges seem to be kind of lenient towards the offenders in this particular case. And it's been pretty common throughout the past couple of years that judges are more quick to either dismiss or give a very harsher fine, even when the circumstances seem to be pretty aggressive. Even when the officers come prepared with the time, date, location, distance, the circumstances of which they were pulled over, the judge sometimes says, hey, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and dismiss it altogether. So, I mean, for us, that's still a good community policing, that we were able to stop that driver, showed to the community that we were able to engage a speeder to stop and prevent that particular person. But at the end of the day, that's where the officer kind of feels a little disgruntled, case by case, where they felt that they just wasted their time in the morning because now their cases are getting dismissed, what was the point of even pulling over when their case is going to be dismissed? And I know some criminal cases have been kind of the same vibe. Some DUIs not going fully prosecuted, but it is by officer. It's not by case it's by case and the judge of that day. Some judges want to give jail time for a drunken public. So it's depending on the judge, but overall, judges seem to be leaning towards lesser or no fines than the actual fines that are permitted.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That's important to know, and I hope we can follow up on that in some way that's appropriate, because you make the effort to enforce the laws. Our citizens clearly view cut-through traffic and traffic law enforcement as a major issue, and traffic violations as a major threat to their safety. So if there are parts of the system that aren't doing what they ought to do or are functioning less than they should, we need to bring that to the attention of people. So thanks for your candor, and thanks for your service, all of you. Much appreciated.
All right, I've got a quick question just about, you'd mentioned compensation in some of our neighboring jurisdictions, Herndon, for example. So is Herndon kind of the top paying jurisdiction in the area?
It is.
Okay, and how does everyone else, like the majority of the rest of Northern Virginia, fall? Are they kind of grouped together and we're in that group, or is it we're the bottom of the pile?
I'd say the grouping is like 56 to 58,000. We're 52. I think what I'm hearing from the officers that are either leaving or resigning is that, it is pay, but it's also opportunity. I mean, in Herndon, you're looking at 68 to 70 officers, so there's more opportunity in different types of assignments They can go to motors, they can, go to different types of criminal investigations, units and things like that. But yeah, we're in the lowest end of the pay. I think and Steve Mason will be able to probably speak to this too. Alexandria has a range, what starts at 50 and goes to like 60 something, but I don't know what those qualifications, we couldn't get clarity on, most people don't probably come in at 50. They probably have a qualification if they have a degree, if they have experience, if they speak a different language, those type of things are considered. Specifically in Herndon, you can get up 25% over 60 going in the door. So I have one officer that's probably going to leave in probably about 4 weeks. He's at about a 4-year tenure right now, and when he goes in, he'll be making probably about $6,000 to $7,000 more than he's making here, just walking in the door in Herndon.
Gotcha. And other than pay, you were talking about people leaving. Is that endemic to the profession or this region, or is there something particular about Falls Church, for example, that's causing people to leave?
I'm talking to the ones that are walking out the door here. I dare say this profession right now is in crisis throughout the nation. The difference being here in the city, it's our crisis. And it's our crisis because we don't have a deep bench. We don't have the specialized units that can be folded back into operations. Like talking to Arlington, which I talked to all the chiefs because I'm with the Northern Virginia Chiefs, is everybody's experiencing some type of hiring crisis. But in these larger departments, they have the ability to absorb these shortages because they have units that they just fold back into the main operations. For instance, like I said, Arlington County, for instance, has a TAC unit. They have a special operations unit with motors. They have street crimes. They've got property crimes units, and then they have crimes against people units and CID. All their SROs, they had 18 SROs at some point, were pulled out of the schools and put back on the street. So they had some resources and bench. We don't have that. We don't have an officer in the schools now because we had to fold that back into operations. We don't have that training officer. We don't have a traffic unit anymore. We are bare bones in terms of staffing for each shift. And we're already thinking forward as to if we lose these 5. I know I'm losing 2 probably within a month and a half, but I lose the additional 3 that have also applications. We're going to be hurting. Now, today that I swore 2 new officers in. They don't know the difference between Broad and Park, so we're moving them into these places. But the one that I'm losing, which really breaks my heart, is that he's a sergeant, he's a field training officer, he's a less than lethal trainer for all of the taser and the BolaWrap and everything else we have. He's our background investigators for our hiring, and he's our SRO complement. And so we always do more with less, right? But when that person leaves and that 10 years of tenure and great community relations leaves and I replace them with a brand new person, it takes us a long time to catch back up. And I have a lot of people that have left midstream in this last 6 months. I have at least 3 of them were between 18 and 9 years on. And that's just like, that hurts. And, these officers that are coming in are great. But to get laterals to come in at 52, most of them are taking a huge pay cut. And it's because they possibly want to come out of the jail and police in a different discipline. Coming from the jail to the street is, for some people, enough to take a pay cut, but it's not enough for others. We want to be, mindful about who we're bringing on to this department, and will they be the ones that can, embody the values of Falls Church, because we do police differently.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. That's been very informative, a lot for us to think about, and we certainly want to do all we can to support our police officers as they support us. So thank you very much. More to come.
All right.
All right. Mr. Shields, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
One thing I will just add is that Steve Mason, the chief, deputy chief, Joanne Chetry and Latanya Matthews and I are working through these pay comps, and I think we're going to have something to address it very quickly. But the larger issue, pay is certainly an important part of it. It's sort of like a basic thing that needs to be taken care of, but there's obviously so many elements to creating a great place to work. And I do congratulate our leadership of our department, our command staff, and the chief, because I think we're making really good progress in terms of that culture and being an attractive place to work. So I want to thank our team for that and look forward to working with them to continue that. The only other thing I would note under the city manager's report is I just would like to note that we are in leaf pickup season, and our employees are out on the streets. We're for the next 2 weeks, we'll be working north of Broad Street. You may see our crews also working after dark because we are working hard to get those leaves up. So to the public, if you see those trucks, please do slow down. Look out for our staff. They will have reflective clothing on, but they will be out on the streets getting those leaves up probably through the end of this year. And then on a very positive note, I want to welcome everybody to join with the city on November 29th at 6 p.m. at Mr. Brown's Park, where we'll have a lighting of the holiday lights for the trees in our downtown business district. And I want to thank our CPED staff and our DPW operations staff, and also note that Robert Goff has been coming back in on a part-time basis to help us with the tree lighting. I want to thank Herb Holmes, our operations division superintendent, for working with us to allow that to happen. So that's all I'd like to report tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone else have anything here on council? Let's move on then. Madam Clerk, will you call the first item on the agenda?
Yes, we have TO 21-17, ordinance approving deed of partial release of restrictive covenants, deed imposing new restrictive covenants, and deed to vacate existing easement which traverses the center line for lots A and B as part of property at 405 North Van Buren Street, RPC number 53-101-128, Falls Church, Virginia, by owner applicant Stephen Hiscott.
All right. Yes, Ms. Hiscott.
I wish to state on the record that I've disqualified myself from participating in agenda item 10B1 because I have a personal interest in the property at 405 North Van Buren, which is owned by my husband and me, and which is the subject of the transaction in that item. I will step off the dais for the duration of this item.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. And Ms. Mester, if I might ask, the second attachment to this item provides maps of the vicinity, and this one. And so I think slide 3 might be most helpful just to describe the situation. And I will turn it over to Mr. Fuller. He's our staff lead on this, and I will also note that Mr. Stephen Hiscott is here in the audience, and I think he would like to speak to the council on this item as well. So as Ms. Mester is showing the plat of the property here, I'll just describe real briefly, give an overview of what the request is, and Mr. Fuller will provide details. I want to thank Ms. Carol McCoskry, who's also been working with the Hiscott family just on the recordable deed that is being requested. So the property in question consists of lots 1 and 2, where there's an existing single-family detached dwelling, and there are adjacent parcels A and B. Parcels A and B were an unimproved street in 1987, which the city council vacated and sold to the adjacent neighbors at a discounted price. The sale included an agreement that parcels A and B would remain in an undeveloped state, and that 2, the city would retain a 10-foot wide utility easement through the center of parcels A and B. Parcels A and B are now under the unified ownership of 405 North Van Buren Street, and the owner requests the City Council modify the development restriction that was agreed to by the city and the two neighbors back in 1987, and to vacate the 10-foot utility easement. The reason for this request is that the owner seeks to construct an accessory unit for a family member on parcels A and B. The requested modifications would allow for that accessory use only and would not allow the construction of two separate homes now or in the future. And one thing I also want to note, just for the record, that throughout the staff report, there's a reference to an accessory dwelling unit. And what we should be saying actually is that this is an accessory unit. This is a unit that is like a garage that's accessory to the house. Because the proposed building would not have all the features of a dwelling unit, it is not actually technically an accessory dwelling unit. So I want to note that at the beginning, just in case there's any confusion on that, and it's something we'll correct in the staff board as we go forward. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Fuller just for a further introduction. I've tried to just summarize it because it can be a little bit confusing in terms of what the request is. I hope that simple explanation helps set the stage. Mr. Fuller, if you'd like to provide background information, and then I think we'll turn it over to Mr. Hiscott for any comments that he would like to make.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Thank you for the overview. It was comprehensive and covered a lot of the presentation that I was going to make in summary fashion. So I'll move forward and just say that the staff report has highlights in the history of the property and the request by the applicant, as well as the ordinance very effectively outlines that history and the request as well. And so those are part of your attachments. And so if you look at the whereases, it walks us through the history of this request and property. And as the city manager had mentioned, this was a paper street that was vacated back in '87 based on a request by adjacent property owner, sold to both the adjacent property owners and then the one property owner, which is representative of lots 1 and 2 that the Hiscotts own now, bought both pieces and consolidated those or unified those into the one property. Going forward, the Hiscotts bought the property, I believe, in 2003 and have, I think, approached the council and zoning back in 2013 and 2014 with a similar request, but didn't pursue it at the time for various reasons. And then this summer filed to build an accessory unit on the property, in effect on the vacated parcels A and B. And so there's a current permit request for that. And the applicant is in front of the council to request that the restrictions that were placed during the time of the vacation back in '87 be removed to allow them to build the accessory unit on the vacated parcel A and B, and also to place some new conditions in terms of covenants back on the property to prevent any future principal dwelling units to be built through a potential subdivision that could occur with the lifting of the restrictions and making the property developable. A future subdivision could create a second fully developable lot. And so the additional covenants that are proposed would limit it to the existing principal dwelling unit and this accessory unit that is proposed. So at this point, staff's recommending that first reading be granted on this ordinance and scheduled for a public hearing and second reading for December 13th. As I'd stated before, there's a good outline in the staff report of the history of the request and the ordinance. It in effect represents what we talked about just now in terms of the request to remove the restrictions that basically talked about an undeveloped area under the tree ordinance, chapter 35 at the time, with the acknowledgement that a home would be built and some trees would be removed, which subsequently was done in 1988. And so the residual part of the property, was the intent was to leave that in a natural state based on the 1987 discussion. If you look at the minutes from the action on the paper street. So anyway, I'm available to answer questions. So I will end my report now and take any questions. And thank you.
First, thank you to Wyatt and to Gary and to your city staff for the efforts to help us through this process across the last year or so. We're certainly grateful for that. I would note that I think it's understood that we could place the structure by right on another part of the property, but this is seems to be the more logical and would be better for neighbors and whatnot. So I appreciate the consideration to make the adjustment and additional restriction to allow us to do it. So potentially, but I'm here for any questions. And again, I thank the council for hearing the request and staff for taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Council, Mr. Mayor, could
Yes.
I just add very briefly, just to outline the specifics of the deed you're being asked to approve? That deed removes the restrictions that were placed in 1987, but only to the extent necessary to build the accessory structure that's shown in the building permit drawings, which are also an attachment to the staff report. It also adds restrictive covenants that only the trees shown on the application for the building permit may be removed, and that no dwelling unit can be placed on A and B as combined, and only one accessory structure can be constructed on that land. And then in addition, of course, it vacates the utilities easement, which was created only by wording in the deed, never by a plat or anything, and has never been used. And Public Works has confirmed that it doesn't need to be used. So that's what the specific actions are that are in the deed that is before you for first reading.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Hardy, question?
Yes, a question for, actually several questions for staff. So I kind of want to go back in time to make sure I understand what the intention of the original restrictions were. So when we vacated parcels A and B, I assume that based on what you just said, Carol, is we have no intention of running a street there anymore through Columbia.
Correct. That had been a paper street for some time, as I understand it.
And so when we did that and created those original covenants that restricted development, was it because we wanted to preserve trees? Was it because we wanted to prevent the I guess the owners of those lot from recouping the value of those parcels? What was the intent of that covenant?
Well, it appears from the language that it was to preserve the area between these lots, which had been a paper street, in its natural vegetative state. And so what it did was it required that if trees were going to be removed from that area, there had to be approval from the arborist that it was necessary. And it acknowledged at the time, back in 1987, that it was expected that on lots 1 and 2, which is the rest of 405 Van Buren, that there was a plan to build a single-family house on that property, which has since been built. And it noted that trees may be needed to be removed for that purpose, and we all understand that's going to happen, but in general, we're trying to preserve the area in its natural vegetative state.
Got it. So really it was around vegetation. And based on the staff report, we feel like the new deed would prevent further vegetation being cut down and prevent some sort of like reassemblage and then re-subdivision, and we feel that's satisfactory?
There is, it might be, I think some vegetation is shown in the building permit drawings that it will be cut down. I don't know if Mr. Fuller wants to address it. I think that staff's determination that, that it's, that's acceptable, or that's really, and ultimately is council's decision as to whether they want to ensure. But there are some trees being taken down, but the limit in the deed right now is to only the trees shown on that report as being taken down will come down.
Got it. And I assume it meets and exceeds, I think I saw from either the letter or the staff report that it already exceeds whatever canopy requirements we have, so that's really not a concern if they were to do this by right elsewhere on the property. Last question. So anytime we do something one-off like this, I feel compelled that I have to ask, do we create any risk of precedent setting where this could be happening elsewhere in the city, where we might have some sort of building restriction covenant that we might release and then allow, I guess, anything in this case that would allow and open the door for others to do the same?
I'm going
of any
to
other
kind of
situations?
look at the manager, but my understanding is this is a very unique situation in that I don't know that there's any other place that we've vacated a paper street and put in this kind of restriction.
Yeah, I think this is a unique situation. I'm not aware of any others.
Okay, actually, I have one more question. Do we need input from neighbors, especially I guess the one to the right of 405, where they're directly adjacent? Have we heard any concerns from those neighbors?
Mr. Fuller, I don't know if you've received any written comment on this. I do think that the process of having a first reading tonight and then a public hearing on the 13th is intended, one, it's legally required for the vacation of the easement, but that is also intended just to give the neighbors a chance, if they did have any views on it, that they would have the opportunity to communicate. Mr. Hiscott may also be able to report in terms of what he's aware of in that area.
And I would say that I've spoken to all of the neighbors and potentially interested or concerned parties in the immediate area, with the one exception of the next door neighbor who has been international, out of the country for the last 10 years and has been renting the property. So I haven't seen or interacted with him in, frankly, close to a decade. But every other neighbor I've spoken with and have heard no concerns.
Great. Thank you. That's it for now.
In terms of staff, so by giving first reading, you would have an advertisement in the newspaper for your December 13th public hearing. There's been no notice to the adjacent property owners or anything like we would normally do on a site plan. This is a unique case. There's really not a process. We kind of develop one for this. So in terms of the notice, it would be at this point limited to newspaper 2 consecutive weeks, advertising the ordinance for December 13th. And then if you have any further questions on that, then I'll touch on the grading plan and the tree preservation.
Only do the newspaper route is, could we just send letters? I mean, it's probably a pretty limited number of neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, we normally on a site plan, we would do an adjacent property owner notice, everybody within 150 feet. So staff could do that if the council desires.
That sounds good to me. Thank you.
All right, and then back on the grading plan and the tree preservation. Yeah, there's an existing grading plan, and the arborist has.
Line of the maps. We can just put it up as
so if you look at attachment 10, which is a set of graphics, and the first one starts off with the graphic that was up originally, and it has a big A and B squared. If you go to the second page of that, you see a grading plan and parcels A and B with some arrows labeling those 2 parcels. Below that is an existing survey that's highlighted in red, and you have all these circles for the trees. So let's see. Yeah, right there. So that's the existing conditions, and shows all the existing trees. The parcels A and B are to the right of this, and are basically totally encompassed in that red outline. Now, when you look at the tree removal plan, while there'll be replacement trees and canopy, the existing trees that are being removed that red area, if we can get back to that right there, just freeze that. All the trees on parcels A and B are being removed except for one. So there's no trees that are remaining except for one on the lower. And so this red outline shows you the area that would be all the tree removals, and there's X's in the middle of all these circles. So, the existing tree canopy would be removed, and then there would be replacement due to the driveway and the dwelling unit that's proposed. So, so that's kind of the answer to your earlier question about the extent of the tree removal. Anyway, so that's my comments on those two questions.
All right, thank you. Are there other comments or questions? Mr. Lichtenhouse, and then we'll go to Mr. Duncan and then Mr. Snyder.
So just to clarify, reviewing the staff report, the restrictive covenants that are being placed on the rest of the property. So the deed restriction, which was intended to, and I read through this briefly, purify air through tree canopy, provide some vegetative buffer. That deed restriction is effectively being moved to another side of the property. Explain to me how that's going to work.
That deed restriction, under the final deed, that deed restriction is being removed to the extent necessary to build the accessory structure that's applied for in the building permit. It's not being moved to anywhere else. We have not imposed any restriction on lots 1 and 2. The property at 405 currently consists of lots 1 and 2, and then parcels A and B. A and B are what came out of the street vacation in 1987. So 1 and 2 are 2 lots on which sits the current single-family home. No restrictions are being placed on that part of the property. However, with the restrictions on A and B, that there can be only one accessory structure and no dwelling units on that property, that will prohibit in the future effectively any re-subdivision of this total 1 acre parcel to create 2 lots.
Got it. Okay, I see now. So, I mean, effectively, there is some moving of the covenant because they have what seems to be a double lot, which would present an opportunity to build 2 houses at some point. But the fact that we're removing this deed restriction, allowing the accessory dwelling unit, but prohibiting any future development, seems to me like we have effectively transferred development rights of that covenant onto the other side of the property. So absent some subdivision, which is not possible, they are prohibited from future development, right?
Right, because there can be no, they'd have to use those 2 pieces of the property as part of a lot for a residence or for a dwelling unit, and that is prohibited under the new covenants.
Got it. Okay. I mean, it seems like a somewhat simple but possibly elegant solution for that, to shift what I look at the deed restriction to the other side of the property. And just looking at this, what I know about the property, at least from the tree canopy, you're preserving just as much on the other side and still exceeding the tree canopy by moving the covenant to the other side, whereas if this was allowed to remain a double lot and be redeveloped for 2 large homes.
Could I just make one clarification on that? The Lot 1 and Lot 2 are substandard lots, and so under the action taken by the City Council in 2015, because a house straddles the line of 2 substandard lots, you can't, the city considers that 1 lot now, Lot 1 and 2.
Okay.
So as of today, there's not the ability to develop 2 houses one on Lot 1 or Lot 2.
Got it. Okay. But we're still prohibiting any future development.
That's right. So everything else, I just wanted to make that one clarification.
That's fine. I mean, it's just a large space, and you look at the ability to move those development rights. Well, what I look from one side to the other, and transferable development rights are a fairly standard real estate instrument. So I don't have an issue with it, and I think it certainly respects the spirit of what was there before and preserves green space on the other side. So, yeah, okay,
All right.
thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. I want to endorse Councilmember Hardy's suggestion that we do mailed public notice. Gary, I think that typical past practice would be good to do here. Also, it wouldn't hurt, I think, to put a sign up, as is often done for rezonings, just to, make sure that the public is fully aware. I think there will be some interest in this because there's still some folks around who are still around who were here in '87 and may want to be aware of this. The easement, the utility easement that was created in '87, there's been no need for it for the past 35 years, and so I'm assuming the city gives us every confidence that there would be no future need for it. Is that right?
That is correct, and that's gone through staff for, we've had a good long staff look at that, and staff does not identify any public need for that utility easement.
Okay, thank you. Not being a lawyer here, the phrase runs with the land, restriction that runs with the land. I mean, the restriction imposed in '87 ran with the land until we change it, and then it stops running, right? I mean, we are creating a new restriction that we want to run with the land, but just in terms of being clear and setting precedent, I mean, a council can do certain things that reverses what previous councils did.
When the council as representing the city is the beneficiary of the restrictive covenant, as it was back then, because we had the agreement that created that covenant. But what runs with the land simply means is that just because you sell the property to somebody who didn't agree to this deed doesn't mean these covenants disappear. They continue, they could be amended in the future with the city's agreement, but they can't be, if it runs with the land, that it's something that upon a transfer of the property, the restriction continues.
Okay. That's just a question for clarity as much as anything, for understanding what councils can do that binds future councils. I'd be more comfortable on line 248 because I can't get into the head of people who were here in 1987 and did whatever they did for the language to say that the fines revised restriction will protect the public health, safety, and welfare and sufficiently preserve open space while allowing for reasonable use of the property, rather than to say preserve the open space as intended by the original restrictive covenants. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that originally the notion was that there would be no development on this lot, this space at all. And anyway, I'd be more comfortable with that alternative language, which I can send to the clerk and the city attorney for inclusion in the final draft, if that's okay with others. Finally, just again for public information as much as anything, what's the difference between an accessory unit and an accessory dwelling unit, or an accessory structure, I guess is what we're going to call it? What do I tell somebody who wants to know what it is that we are allowing here that might be different if it were an accessory dwelling unit?
Under the zoning ordinance, a dwelling unit is defined as something that has all elements needed for living, including, and I would have to look at it to get all the words, but including for sleeping, living, eating, cooking, etc. And I don't know if that may be everything, but an accessory structure is something that is for a use that is subordinate and incidental to the main use, which is the main residence. The structure that's been proposed for this property was determined to be an accessory structure because it does not have facilities for cooking, and so it does not have a kitchen, and it will be used, therefore, in order to be used as a dwelling unit, it relies upon the main building.
Thank you for that clarification. I knew that, having toured the site, but I think it's important for the public to be aware of that, and also for the language of the final document that we approved to specify that so that it's clear what it is that we are allowing here. I think the discussion might be different if it were an accessory dwelling unit, which it's not. It's an accessory use to subordinate to the main house. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
Sure, thanks a lot. First question, does the Planning Commission need to review this?
No, because it's not a disposition of real property. It's just a change in this restrictive covenant.
Okay, so there's no Planning Commission review that needs to be built in here?
That's correct.
Okay. Secondly, the city staff or the city attorney see any reason not to do this?
I think that, staff has worked through this. I think it is ultimately, obviously, a council decision. This was a council agreement that was reached back in 1987, and we don't have any staff recommendation against this. But ultimately, because this is an agreement between the city council and the property owner, it's the council's decision.
Okay, how about the city attorney?
I agree with that. It is council's decision. I think at the time, the property was vacated at a low price because it had this restriction on it. And therefore, in reviewing the matter, I've tried to have deed provisions that are going to preserve as much of the restrictive covenant as we can. But the council certainly has the ability to say they want to preserve it in its natural state. But I think, and something Mr. Hiscott mentioned earlier is he could put an accessory structure on a different location on part of lots 1 and 2, and there's no restriction on that now. And, so it may be just as well to let him put it in this location behind the house. But again, that's ultimately council's decision.
Okay, thanks. I certainly support the request of other council members that there be notification to neighbors. And then with regard to both trees and stormwater, I wonder if the applicant, are you willing to do, are you willing to do a reasonable amount to preserve or to replace the trees? What I heard is that's part of the proposal, right?
Yes, and thank you for the request. The short answer is yes, we certainly intend to do so. We want to use native species. For anyone who's seen that part of our property, it is in some areas overgrown, and I think there's a fair bit we could do to put, again, sort of native species there and honor the initial intent of privacy screening and vegetation in that area. So that is certainly our intent. I would note that overall, post-project, based on the engineer and arborist review, we're 70% in excess of tree canopy on the parcel. So we have a substantial amount of tree canopy on our half-acre property, even post-project. Councilmember Snyder, we certainly would intend to replace those trees.
Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
And then stormwater retention on site?
I can't, I would, unfortunately, our builder had to step away due to a family emergency. He'd be better equipped to answer that. What I will say is that it's certainly gone through the engineering review, and we intend to, do everything that was already written into that building permit with regard to stormwater but unfortunately, I can't speak to it specifically at this moment.
Okay. Maybe before second reading, we can have a little more information
Okay.
on that. That would be helpful. Finally, is there a sidewalk adjoining 405 North Van Dorn? Okay. Let me ask the city, is there a city plan to do a sidewalk in that area?
There is a sidewalk on the other side of the street. There's not a plan right now to have a sidewalk on the subject property side of the street.
Okay. Well, that's always an interest. Thanks.
All right, Vice Mayor Connolly?
Thanks, Mayor Charter. Just a few questions. I would align myself with Mr. Lichtenhouse that if it seems that the original intent was to preserve the trees and the greenery by moving the area that can be developed by an accessory unit to parcels A and B, we are indeed following the spirit of the law. I find it really ironic that all over Falls Church, there are properties where trees are being clear cut and we have no say in the matter. And and this one, we have a lot of say in the matter. And when Ms. Hardy said, do we have other properties with this? I almost wish we did, so that there were other properties where we could preserve and require that trees are saved. So I do appreciate that the Hiscotts are going to that effort to put in a small unit and not knock down their houses and put in a giant unit. And had this house been built in 2007 instead of 1987, the footprint of their original house would be much larger as well, because that's the way the developing goes. So I would support this effort, and I'm happy to move to approve it, unless anyone...
So before we do that, I'm going to ask either of the people in the audience if the public wish to speak to this matter. Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Vice Mayor Connolly?
I move to grant first reading to TO 21-17, schedule public hearing and second reading for 13th, 2021, and advertise the same according to law.
Before we have a second, could I just say Mr. Duncan had some changes that he wished to make, fairly minor changes. I would ask Vice Mayor Connolly if you're agreeable to those. Or I guess we can just go ahead and have a motion, but Mr. Duncan did have some changes he wanted to make to.
I did not write them down.
I can read them if you like.
Sorry, line 248, proposed revised language is to say,
I don't see line 248.
upon review of all the circumstances, blah, 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 council finds that revised restrictions will provide the public health, protect public health, safety, and welfare, and will sufficiently preserve open space while allowing for reasonable use of the property.
Yes, I would accept that amendment.
Okay, so Mr. Duncan, did you wish to make a second on that? I know we have, I don't know if we've technically had a second yet, but we have a motion on the table.
I second the motion.
All right, so Mr. Duncan's made the second. Is there any additional comment? If not, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott has recused herself. Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, council.
All right, so we've already been going 2 hours. I want to suggest we take a short break and reconvene at 9:50. So let's take a break, a short recess, if we can. All right, it is 9:51. We are back. Madam Clerk, will you call the next item, please?
Yes, we have TR 21-44, resolution to approve FY 2022 funding recommendations for the Arts and Cultural Grants and Virginia Commission for the Arts VCA Local Challenge Grant submission.
Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. I'll just very briefly summarize the request.
Can I stop for 1 second?
Sure.
We still have city staff here that are waiting for the budget discussion. Should we consider moving that up on the agenda and then cover the rest of these after? Is that going to throw a kink in anything?
Nope, that'd be a good idea.
How much do we have before then?
Just
This,
two-
and we have the,
The Ring Road?
yeah. I mean, I think we can be done with both of those in 10 minutes, so we just power through. Why don't we just keep powering through? And if
Famous
not-
last words.
Yes.
It's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's partly up to you, too, depending on how much we talk, but let's try to power through
Okay.
these. We'll get to these items shortly if you all give us just a touch more.
I tried.
All right. Mr. Shields?
Thank you. So the City Council appropriates dollars through the Arts and Humanities Council on a competitive basis to award arts grants. So the recommendation is in the staff report, but the awardees would be Creative Cauldron in the amount of $4,500. For project grants, Falls Church Arts in the amount of $2,917. The Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation for the marketing of the Tenor Hill Music Festival in the amount of $4,083, and Washington Sinfonietta for the holiday concert in the amount of $2,033. VPIS Arbor Day Remembrance $2,250, and the Catch Foundation for Watch Night Celebration $3,334. And then the Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation with the Tenor Hill Mural Project is $4,083. The council also appropriated dollars in August for that project, and the Arts and Cultural Committee deemed that in addition to that grant that was earmarked for that purpose of the summer, this $4,000 would go in addition to that. And then there are a series of operational grants as well, and those would include for Creative Cauldron, Falls Church Arts, Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation, and Washington Sinfonietta. I'd be happy to answer any questions on these.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shields. Any questions or comments? Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. Are we having Watch Night in Sinfonetta this year, or is this money for next year?
I believe this is for this year.
Really? We're doing Watch Night this year?
So that is, there are discussions happening. I think that it is not crystal clear, but there does seem, this has always been something that the city has done with volunteer groups where the city is in support as opposed to the lead on organizing Watch Night. The discussions are that they're going to try to do something.
I mean, if we need to pony up some to help someone or hire someone or make it easier to facilitate it, I think it'd be money well spent. But that's just a thought I had. Ms. Hardy? Okay, well, great minds think alike. All right, anything else anyone has?
So this grant would provide $3,334 to support that event.
For
Watch Night.
Yeah, I mean, it may be that it's a fair amount more. I don't know how far that gets you in the modern world, but certainly if it did cost more, I would be, for one, willing to spend more because it's a kind of quintessential Falls Church event to my mind. So anyway, are you having conversations with folks? Or are you just kind of a little bit laissez-faire with this?
Danny Schlitt and his staff have been having conversations with him. I have not had any direct conversations.
Maybe you could update us. I mean, we'd hate for this, time to slip away because it's Thanksgiving pretty much and not much time left. So if there's anything we can do to facilitate this, I think most of us on council would probably be interested in doing that. Okay, anything else? Mr. Duncan? Probably. You want to go for it?
Move to adopt TR 21-44.
Second.
Ms. Hardy on a second. Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next item.
We have TR 21-40, resolution to conditionally endorse the Fairfax County fiscal year 2026-2027 application for $94.8 million in Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, NVTA, 70% funding for the Seven Corners Ring Road Improvements Project.
All right, Mr. Shields?
Mr. Stoddard is on the call, and he can give the staff report. I will note that also Mayor Tarter and Councilmember Snyder participated in a meeting with Fairfax County staff and with Supervisor Gross, and I think had a very constructive discussion on this project. Mr. Stoddard, if you'd like to just give a staff report, and then we could answer any questions.
Sure, I'm happy to provide the report. Just so I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, I just want to check the attendees and see if our lead planner on this, Carrie O'Neill, is on the call. Looks like that's okay. Whoa, sorry about that. Happy to walk through this. So the staff report remains. Oh, there's Carrie. Let me turn it over to her.
Sure. Good evening. I'm Carrie O'Neill. Thank you, Mayor Tarter and members of council. So staff is recommending approval of the proposed conditional endorsement of Fairfax County's application for the NVTA regional funds for the Seven Corners Ring Road. In terms of changes to the staff report, city staff has updated the proposed resolution to reflect comments from last week's work session. Additional information has also been added to the background section regarding the city's comprehensive plan. So the updated language in the background section notes that the community character, appearance, and design chapter of the city's comprehensive plan speaks to the Seven Corners area as an important gateway to the city, and that landscaping, signage, and streetscape improvements are called for to provide visual linkage between the Seven Corners area and the rest of the city, and distinguish the city from neighboring Arlington and Fairfax counties. As a current concept for the Ring Road development developed by the county, shows the Ring Road going through the 24-hour fitness parking lot in the city. The updated background section also notes that it would be necessary to amend the city comprehensive plan prior to the city agreeing to have any portion of the Ring Road in the city limits under Virginia Code Section 2232. Moving down to the resolution, language was added to commitments 4 and 5 of the resolution. Commitment 4 adds that the ongoing phasing study should include accommodating future BRT routing, bus rapid transit, and that the design of facilities should meet the city's streetscape design standards. Commitment 5 was reworded to note that the design of Hillwood Avenue, including residential and commercial access, shall involve outreach to surrounding property owners in the city. In terms of another note, there was a meeting, as Mr. Shields noted, on Friday morning with the mayor, Councilmember Snyder, Supervisor Gross, and senior level staff from both the city and the county. And it was discussed that the process for the phasing study could be more formal, and that bi-monthly meetings could be held. County staff did note that they are at the concept level with their design for the Ring Road, and wouldn't expect to be awarded more for preliminary engineering than would get them through, although, you know, that sort of is up to NVTA, but just through sort of preliminary engineering. Yeah, I think that's sort of, there was a good discussion at that meeting, so.
Also a member of the NVTA and has a long history with transportation issues in the region, and I think was important to participate. Do you want to give an update, Mr. Snyder, your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So I think this is a pretty good resolution. I would propose, once we're ready for a motion, to add a new clause. It would be a new 1, and the other clauses would move down in numbering. That would read, the city supports the Fairfax County request for funding but does not support the current concept plan. The current concept plan calls for putting part of this ring road in the city of Falls Church, and that's just not okay under any circumstances. And there are a lot of other issues. So I think for purposes of comedy and good relationships with an adjoining jurisdiction, I think we can support continued study of this, but I think we need to make it clear that the current plan is just not acceptable to us. So I would urge the addition of that. Let me read it to you again. Would be a new number 1. The city supports the Fairfax County request for funding, but does not support the current concept plan.
Other comments, questions?
And presumably that doesn't preclude them from receiving the funding or moving forward with all that Fairfax County needs to do. That's
Yeah, there
probably an
are,
obvious
there are other
question, but-
elements of this that would cover that. We talk about necessary design features. We talk about being included in the technical committee. And that will really go a fair distance to repairing the lack of communication that seems to have occurred over the last few years. So I think there's some good things under here, but I want it clear at the top that do not construe this as any kind of an approval of the concept plan, because I don't think we should, frankly.
But do you think that will be too antagonistic for them to get funding for this?
I think we can work through it, but I don't want any ambiguity here. And I know number 1 sounds good, delay construction until design documents for a later phase show the ring road staying outside the city. A mutually agreed upon route is determined. But I'm concerned that these concept plans are going to go with a request for funding, and I think we need to make it clear right up front that we have issues with the concept plan. I mean, I have no idea how Fairfax County is going to react to it, but we're not standing in the way of them requesting the funding.
Other
What's
comments?
what's the time sensitivity on this?
So the NVTA is scheduled to act on the second Thursday in December, and so the request is for resolution really is the last opportunity to have an action by council is tonight. I was wonder, Councilmember Snyder, would it be acceptable to have that statement in the whereases rather than in the resolved? That does provide context and sort of a rationale for then the resolves that do follow, which number 1 is that, that statement that there'll be no construction shall delay construction until design documents for later phase show the ring road staying outside the city or a mutually agreed upon route is determined. Mutually agreed upon route being, I think, the key part of that.
Yeah, I guess the big thing I'm trying to, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I think the big thing I'm trying to prevent is when you agreed to this and you agreed to the general concept plan, and yeah, you can affect details, but we've got this funding and you weren't clear about it. I just wanted to be very clear that the current concept plan is not acceptable to us, which I think is where we are. So that's all. If you want to put it in the whereas clause, I guess that's okay, but it really has less significance than if it were in the now therefore be it resolved clause.
I'd be more comfortable following the suggestion to put it in the whereas, just because I've looked at this document and held it up 3 ways from Sunday, and I just can't understand how it's all going to work. I don't know enough about the concept plan to really be able to say anything about it. The language that specifies that the primary beef is the ring road that's contained in the now therefore number 1 is that's something that I can understand and support.
Other comments?
And I would just ask, is there any concept that they would have a flyover 3D presentation of this thing rather than a flat 2D? Is that at some point in the, or when do we get to the point where something like that would be available to help us visualize what they're doing?
I don't think that's, at this point, it's fairly early. And so I don't think we're going to get it now, because I don't think they've designed it other than what you've seen to this point. We did talk to them about speaking with our residents on Hillwood, so that they're informed of what this proposal is and have an opportunity to hear feedback directly from them. So they have agreed to do that. But I don't think we have any more design.
Well, there is, I at some point might be happy to join Mr. Snyder's suggestion that the concept itself is just not workable. I mean, given the amount of money that we're spending, that we, the taxpayers, are spending to do this project, I'm just not really sure it's the best use of whatever the number is. It's like $750 million or something. It's an incredible amount of money. I just don't.
I mean, we have conveyed the concerns to them. My only thought would be just for the notion of good relations to make this resolution such that it is not necessarily unduly antagonistic, but Mr. Snyder is most knowledgeable, certainly compared to me, as to what would be appropriate to hit the door of the NVTA without, causing them to have a funding problem. So I guess I would defer to you as to, where we might put that language, whether it's in the body or in a whereas clause. But that would be my only concern, is just to making sure that, we continue to have a good working relationship with our neighbors.
Either place. I think it needs to be in there. I think we need to be very clear about that. I prefer it, and then now therefore be it resolved, but if it's better, the whereas. So then I'll change, so the recommendation would be to add a whereas clause in line 256, whereas the city supports the Fairfax County request for funding but does not support the current concept plan. Okay.
Ms. Hardy, did you have a comment?
I was just going to say that I support what Dave says in sentiment. My only request that if we do add anything is we just signal to our neighbors that this is coming so that they're not surprised.
Yeah.
But that would be my only suggestion.
We did talk about that already. Okay, any other,
Second that motion. Is there a motion? Sorry.
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
You can first it if you want.
Mr. Snyder may want to first it.
Oh, Mr. Snyder, did you want to make the motion?
Or I can move approval of TR 21-40 with the addition at line 256 of, whereas the city supports the Fairfax County request for funding but does not support the current concept plan.
Mr. Duncan?
Second that motion.
All right, any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes?
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's keep going.
We are on to TO 21-15, ordinance to amend ordinances 2026, 2027, 2032, and 2034 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues, appropriating funds for fiscal year 2022 for the General Fund, School Operating Fund, Affordable Housing Fund, Community Development Authority Fund, and the Capital Improvement Program funds.
All right, Mr. Shields?
Thank you, Mayor, and I believe Vice Mayor Connolly wanted to make a comment, and then we were going to have a staff report after that.
That's great. Thanks, Mr. Shields. We have been discussing how to amend our budget for a long time, starting with ARPA funding several months ago. And the more we get into it, the more there are things that come up that as soon as there's money available, there's a lot of great ways to spend it. One thing that has stood out to all of us on council, and we discussed this extensively at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on Friday and through the weekend as we've gotten ready, is the urgency which we are hearing from our staff. Having been on council for 8 years and been part of budget conversations over the years, I've never seen such an outpouring of requests and consideration from staff for the work that they have done. They worked hard through the pandemic, and they pointed out that there was a promised salary increase of 3.5%, not promised, proposed back in 2020 prior to the pandemic. And they have worked through this pandemic. They've also had constrained staffing. They've had hiring freezes and other requirements put upon them. So as we've talked about that, we had a lot of questions from Ms. Bawa about how we can reward staff at a higher rate than what was proposed, which is the 1% increase in base salary and premium pay bonuses. So I'm going to ask Ms. Bawa to go through that, and then we also have other parts to this budget amendment as well.
So we do have a presentation plan, and it will include a proposal on compensation. And I would like to just say, by way of introduction, is I agree with the comment that was just made by the Vice Mayor. In terms of hearing from staff that due to inflation and due to the extraordinary nature of the work that's been required of employees over the past year, that compensation is a top concern. It will, regardless of what is done tonight, it will remain something that we will spend time to try to understand what the dynamics are regionally for competitiveness and for what employees need in an inflationary environment to make ends meet. And so looking forward to the discussion tonight. Looking forward to making important steps on compensation with this budget amendment in mid-year, and also committing to having a compensation study done as part of funding in this budget request to fund that study, which would be done by an outside consultant managed by the city's HR department. There's also been discussion about having a staffing levels study. As was noted earlier, that's not in the $50,000 scope of work that is in this budget amendment. So I would just note that it's not there right now. I do think that that's something that probably will take additional time, and due to the press on sort of the basics of compensation and the fact that so many jurisdictions are commissioning these studies right now, that if we're going to get something done in time for consideration for the budget this spring, the focus should be first just on the compensation levels, and we take a longer period of time to assess staffing levels. To do that staffing level study, to my mind, that's something that's very involved with staff. We need a lot of staff input into that work, and I don't think I'll be able to deliver, with some good data behind it, a staffing level study in the context of March budget decisions. That's my current thinking on it. Happy to answer any questions on that. So let me...
Excuse me for interrupting, but do the mayor and vice mayor have statements they want to read into the record?
Vice Mayor Connolly.
I make the following statement before City Council's discussion of TO 21-15, an amendment to the FY 2022 General Fund budget. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board and am a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by these matters. I can participate in them fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
I make the following statement before City Council's consideration of TO 21-15, an amendment to the FY 2022 budget. My wife's an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, and therefore I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons that may be affected by this matter. I can participate in it fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. Ms. Bawa, is it your turn?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I will go through the presentation that was done last Monday at the work session with some revisions as specified by Vice Mayor. So a quick look at the year-end general fund money. We are coming to council for appropriation of $3.1 million. The balance that was reported at the year-end back in October for general fund. This constitutes of 2 components, one piece being the revenues that came in over budget, which was approximately $1.67 million, and an expenditure underspending of $1.46 million. Together that makes up the $3.13 million year-end balance for 2021 fiscal year. So the appropriation proposal includes a transfer of 50% of the revenue surplus to the school board, which is $834,000 approximately, and a transfer of $734,000 to capital reserves. The expenditure spending's mainly going to the next few bullets, and I'll ask Cindy Master to please advance the slide. So $500,000 for employee compensation, and $450,000 directly for the compensation, which is equivalent to a 2.5% pay increase to base salary for all employees, and a one-time payment of up to $1,000. I will cover the full compensation piece with a separate slide towards the end, because there is the premium pay and the ARPA portion to it. So I'll just say that much for now. And $50,000, as Mr. Shields just explained, for the compensation study for all classifications, which was last performed in 2014. So. Moving along, strategic initiatives, funding of $322,000, which is broken down, $125,000 for climate change mitigation energy plan to meet our goals by reducing greenhouse gas emissions from energy use, $100,000 to transfer to special transportation fund for sidewalks and safe crossings by addressing gaps and missing links. $60,000 for library strategic plan, which is required every 5 years in order for us to receive state aid. $25,000 to update the zoning map for certain properties in and around the Tinner Hill area, and $12,500 for a regional water supply plan initiated by Northern Virginia Regional Commission, and the city is participating in that plan. In addition, the funding proposal includes $650,000 for equipment, $400,000 for very old DPW Public Works equipment, including 2 leaf collection trucks, a forklift, and a skid steer. $250,000 to implement improvements to the city's emergency communication system in conformance with the Virginia 911 Services Board's NextGen 911 initiative. And a couple of the other requests include $75,000 for outside counsel to assist with the increase in workload in the city attorney's office. This was previously discussed with council. And then carry forward of the unspent $8,721 appropriation of business district improvement funds. This is just unspent that was left for last year, which we are requesting to carry forward to spend this year. So that wraps up the year-end funding. Next, I'll move along to the ARPA funds. The city has received a total allocation of $18 million in 2 tranches. One is direct and one through non-entitled local government units. Total of $1,061,000 was appropriated by council in September, and that was for more immediate needs, which included residential assistance, public health information dissemination, traffic safety, mental health professionals for schools, and design work for stormwater improvements. This request that we have before council today was the first reading of the discussion that we did last week, is for $10.7 million, which is about 60%, and would leave a balance of a little over $6 million for future allocation requests. The city has till about December 2024 to encumber the funds, and December 2026 to expend the funds by. Further allocation requests are going to be brought forward. Most of the investment strategies that are included in this proposal that has been vetted by community, and community input has been reflected in this. This proposal has had numerous discussions at the council level, so I'll just recap quickly. It includes adopted CIP projects for stormwater mitigation projects. One of them is the Trips Run watershed improvements, which consists of 2 components. One of them is the Hillswood Avenue, number 1, and the second one, Sharrow Avenue component. and in the Trip Run watershed, as well as funding for 4 Mile Run, which is an extension of the existing Trammell Branch project. So it's a key location in the watershed by using green infrastructure practices along Lincoln Avenue, which will slow the flow and aid in reducing the chances of flooding downstream. I do want to mention that as per the ARPA guidance, project eligibility includes water quality improvements and not water quantity. And based on this criteria, 3 of the 6 projects that were recommended by the Stormwater Task Force are being funded using ARPA funds, and as described above, for $7.4 million. Moving along. The proposal includes $1.9 million for Affordable Housing Strike Fund for near-term preservation of Virginia Village buildings as committed as affordable housing units. In addition, $500,000 of a total intended allocation of $1.5 million for assistance, economic assistance for businesses, small businesses. Previously, the Economic Development Office has indicated they would like to advance a little bit more money in the first year. However, that discussion has resulted in $500,000 for this year and maybe ramping up more money for the second year. And these funds are for micro grants to businesses to recover from the pandemic, and for creating and promoting more outdoor business activity, and development of a marketing plan, and support services for businesses. So that's the intent of this first tranche of the funding. In the final piece of the ARPA funding request includes $410,000 for premium pay for general government and for the schools for eligible employees that were required to work in person during the pandemic and get in contact with people frontline. And lastly, $498,000 requests is submitted by the schools for as a match for HVAC replacement system at Mary Ellen Henderson School. The final slide, I would like to just recap the total employee compensation, the changes since our last discussion and what is being proposed in this package. So there is a funding request of $450,000 from general fund and $155,000 from ARPA. So the overall funding request is the same. As you will notice, there is $100,000 more burden on general fund and $100,000 less on ARPA, and that is because of the higher pay increase in the base and lesser amount in the bonus. So this will together, the $600,000, the intent is for a 2.5% pay increase to base salary for all employees, a one-time payment of up to $1,000 for all employees, and a one-time premium pay of up to $1,000 for eligible employees, as described by the eligibility criteria in the U.S. Treasury guidance that we have received. And further details are going to be worked out on the effective date or the cutoff date for the bonus, and those details are going to be worked out within the next week or two, and the intent is for these to go into effect in December. And that's all on the employee compensation. And then the next is that after this, if we have a first reading today, the intent is to bring back a second reading for final adoption to council on December 13th. And that wraps up my presentation. Of course, I do want to mention there is further information on ARPA on our website, on fallschurchva.gov/ARPA, and there are for all public, there are the town hall videos and presentations and information on ARPA, is available there, and along with news flashes and other community input form links over there. And I will conclude here and open up for questions. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open it up to questions and comments. Ms. Hardy.
Thank you, Karen. So my understanding, to quickly recap, so since last week in the Budget and Finance meeting, and when we last talked about this in work session, is the main change the new compensation proposal by going up to 2.5%, and then the essentially changing where the money comes from, whether it comes from the surplus or whether it comes from ARPA?
That's correct.
Okay, everything else on the staff report is the same?
Yes.
Okay. How does this 2.5 hybrid kind of salary plus bonus plus premium pay compare to the request we've heard from our employees for the 3.5%?
So I'll jump in and I'll just note, the EAC has asked for 3.5% of salary. And so this is a modification on that request. In terms of what for the median employee or the median salary for employees of the city, it would be the equivalent of about 3.7% increase. If you're lower on the scale, it would be higher because that $1,000 has a bigger impact in terms of your percentage. If you're above the median, it would be lower than that 3.7 amount. And so that's the way that would work.
Okay. Sorry, Karen, were you about to say something? No, okay. So I think the comments we've heard from our employees really resonate, and I think we want to be able to do more. And so this feels like a decent compromise. Anytime we are using one-time money, though, to do ongoing expenses, I think it gives us all pause. And so a couple questions that I want to make sure the city manager answers publicly that I've asked him offline over the weekend is, with this in mind, the first question is, can next year's budget cover it?
Next year's budget, based on our forecast right now, can cover this increase.
Okay. Second question, so because we are pulling more out of reserves instead of putting as much in, how do we feel about a reserve picture?
Well, a reserve picture is right now above the council's policy targets, and the reason we've been recommending, being careful with it is the fact that we've not yet fully closed on our ground lease with the developer. But other than that issue, we are above our targets.
Great. And the timing of that next payment, how does that sync up with our FY23 budget cycle?
So that next payment, the outside closing date is April 30th. And so typically, council would adopt the budget on April 25th. So it is potentially behind that. The development team has indicated that their plan today is to close on March 30th, in which case we would be ahead of the council's action.
Great. And then the last point is, I think originally, Karen, you advocated for more money going into reserves in case we needed to pull some out to do matching federal grants based on all the new federal bills going on. Do we have line of sight to any particular grant that we're going after where that would be in jeopardy by using more reserve money this way, or do we feel good about that?
Let me look to Ms. Mester, who's always working with some of the staff who are in the room, including Caitlin Sopsey, who's one of our key people on it. But let Cindy answer that question.
We don't have any direct, detailed information on like the new infrastructure bill yet for how we can access funding through Virginia. It does look like it will flow through formulas and competitive grants, just increase the pie. One of the variables is the federal money increases supply. Will the state budget, as we were talking with Delegate Simon, change or not by reducing state contribution to transportation? That's yet to be seen. I did learn today and shared with council and staff, or end of last week, that there were no special projects put into the infrastructure bill specifically for City of Falls Church. Those would have been 100% funded without a match. So we don't have anything specific for the city, and we'll continue to monitor and apply for as much as we can that we're eligible for, and we can staff and deliver.
Got it. So I do want to go back to the staffing levels thing that you mentioned, Wyatt. So I hear you that we've got 50,000 for salary study, but not anything for salary levels. And your recommendation is to not do that for now based on kind of prioritization and focus on one versus the other?
I'd like to spend time with staff to think through the scope of work for a staffing level study, rather than charge into it. I think it probably would be wiser to do it on a targeted basis to focus in on certain service areas. But we just need to think that through a bit more.
How much would you need if we were to give you some money for that?
I'd have to get back with you on that.
The reason why I'm pushing on it now is because we are going to be hesitant to increase staff outside of the budget cycle. So if we miss this coming spring, we're not going to be talking about it for another year. And so I've been part of the council where we've consciously kind of constrained operating budgets when we were doing those big capital lifts. Now that we have a new high school, a new library, a new city hall, I feel like it's appropriate to kind of relook at that. And so I hear your concern about wanting to focus on salary first, but I do worry that if we don't do it this spring, we're not going to do it for another year. And I'm not sure that's really fair to our employees either. And so I'm certainly open to putting more money in this study to expand the scope of it beyond salary levels and take care of staffing for this spring, knowing that that's our next best opportunity to tackle it. So if you can get back to us on what that looks like, and maybe we do another budget amendment if needed to up the scope of that. My next question is, based on the comments we've heard from the chief, what do we need to do? Is there anything in this budget amendment that we need to do to address the police concerns and the compensation there? 'Cause it sounds like we have data there on where we are and how we're essentially not competitive. So do we need money in this budget amendment, or do we think there's another one that we need to follow up on as well?
What we're intending to do with the police is one, just look at the numbers and then make adjustments to salary based on a competitiveness study. The way we would pay for it in the current year would not technically need a budget amendment because it would be paid for out of savings in the police department due to vacancies. And so that's how that would be covered. But the council does need to be aware of that study and get a briefing on it, because what we do will have an impact then on the FY23 budget. So what I'd like to do is finish up that study and then write a memo to the city council so you're aware of it. But you would not need a formal action to approve it.
And then my last comment is, I know right now, based on the surplus, I think there's $100,000 for sidewalks and pedestrian safety. At the minimum, I would like to see that doubled. I know that it might be in their out years plan, but just based on the volume of concerns we hear from residents about speeding and pedestrian safety, I would like to see a bigger investment there. So that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, who else has got comments? Ms. Hiscott?
I just want to follow up and, amplify a couple of things that Letty just stated. Agree with her on all of them, and specifically on, I think I mentioned last week as well, on overlapping the staffing level survey. It sounds like, and I was thinking about that with the police this evening, but it sounds like we're doing an internal police staffing level. We're not hiring a third party to do that staffing level review. You're doing that with the chief right now, is that correct?
That is a salary competitiveness study that we're doing with LaTanya Matthews in our HR department and with the police command staff.
Okay, so that's salary specific
So
and
that is
not
internal.
staffing levels specific.
Correct.
So I too share that concern and keep sharing that concern about staffing levels and its impact on, if we delay it another 15 months. I'm concerned about the number of staff who will leave in the interim. If, in fact, we have positions or folks that feel like they're doing multiple jobs and can go to some other district and do one rather than multiple. And then I just also echo the same on sidewalks and safety. I think those should be, to the extent we can implement them, we should allocate additional funds up front sooner rather than later. And that might also have additional impacts on staffing levels. That's it for the moment. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Snyder?
Sure, thanks a lot. In addition to the comments that have already been made by council, which I agree with, Mr. Thompson with the Broadway asked for an allocation of $200,000 from ARPA or surplus. I wasn't sure which. So, Mr. City Manager, what do you think about that? And how can we move forward on the Broadway? I think that's home for 30 different families. So that's a lot of people affected by that. So if you could tell me a little bit more about how we're going to address that.
So I believe by the end of this week, we'll get a response back to the Broadway group, and just in terms of the report they've done. And that response might be a request for an additional information from their engineering team that they hired. So two thoughts on it. One, in terms of ARPA dollars, I don't think that it probably will be ARPA eligible because their stormwater dollars have a clear tie-in with a water quality benefit, and I don't think we're going to have the space to do that here. If the council would allow us just to work with the Broadway Homeowners Association just to better understand the nature of the problem from an engineering perspective, I think we will then have the ability to put together a budget and a concept plan for preliminary engineering. And we could do that with existing funding that we have right now, and then there would be an appropriation request that would flow from that preliminary engineering report.
Do you have a sense about timing?
I think the initial response, as I said, we can get back, I think, quite quickly. In terms of getting preliminary engineering, I think that would be a matter of months, not weeks, in order to get that done in a proper way so we really understand what the range of solutions are and what their costs would be. And I say that because that's typical for most stormwater projects. It's not something you just kind of snap your finger on and have a solution. You need to study, you need to study it in a responsible way. So I think we're talking probably maybe 3 months is what I would estimate as a time frame to trying to get to the bottom of it from an engineering perspective.
Do we have the funds for, let's say we've gone through the engineering, and let's say that there is a city issue that's appropriate to address. How soon should we come up with the money for the preliminary engineering? What I'd like to see is a timetable and a plan to address their concerns. I mean, I'm ready to move an amendment tonight or on December 13th, but what I'm hearing is there needs to be some work done first, but I personally would like to see some assurances about how we move forward.
I understand that. Let me get back with the council just on that preliminary look, and I think that for council to appropriate dollars to it right now, I do think that would be premature, just because we just don't have the information at this point. That would be my recommendation. But certainly, we will look into it and get back with council on what is needed.
Right. Well, again, specific and with times for that process. So I'm also thinking a request that there are certain things that we're not doing or that we're doing over time. So as we move forward with this package, let's also have a narrative on these other issues. For example, this one that is something that our citizens go back to. It's a commitment from council, but it may not be an allocation of money right now for one reason or another. Thanks.
Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. All right, let me see if I can run through some things pretty quickly. Mr. Snyder has exerted the appropriate degree of pressure on the Broadway question. I think, we have 80-some households there, and given the amount of time and effort that we've expended on stormwater problems that affect relatively fewer, I think it's something that needs to rise to a higher level on our radar screen. Second, the 2.5% proposal to start is a good one, and I commend the Vice Mayor and Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for bringing it forward. I'd certainly love to see it be 3 instead of 2.5, but 2.5 is a fair start, particularly since we really don't have, the salary study data that we need to draw from what Ms. Sobsey and Ms. Weissmiller said. Is it a true statement that our teachers are among the highest paid in Virginia? True or false? And is it also flowing from that the statement, to be fair and equitable, we must bring city salaries up to parity? I'd like to know what that means, what parity costs, where we stand. Schools and city are different, but, there got to be some similarities, and I think we have, from my earliest days on council, focused very attentively on teacher pay, because when I got on council, supposedly, it was demonstrable that we were losing teachers to area jurisdictions, and we wanted to stop that, and I believe that we have. It seems now that the bigger problem may be that we're losing city staff to other jurisdictions, or maybe not even getting applications for positions on city staff because other jurisdictions are paying more. So I would like to endorse the 2.5% and say it's a good start. Speaking of that, Mr. Manager, somewhere in the last few meetings on this, you'd suggested that we might be giving final approval of the budget a little bit later. It was a calendar change proposal. Is that still something you're thinking about? I thought that was a good idea, so I hope you are.
So at the Budget and Finance Committee, I did float the idea of having a budget presentation not on March, the second Monday in March, but actually on the fourth Monday in March, to buy us an extra 2 weeks. And there are a couple reasons for that. One, the General Assembly is probably going to be more dynamic, potentially, in terms of things that will impact us either positively or negatively. We discussed that earlier tonight. We also have the issue that was just raised a moment ago about the closing on the 10-acre deal. So those are two reasons. And then a third is we have recently hired a new assessor of real estate, and we're very pleased about that. But to make sure that we do get our assessments done in time for budget development, I think that extra 2 weeks would give us a little bit of breathing space. I do want to finish up that conversation with the schools. They do, of the two of us, they typically have the greater time pressure because they're signing contracts with teachers for the subsequent year. Whereas on the general government side, since the council switched the fiscal year and tax year, there used to be the deadline of we needed to get tax bills out by May 5th. And that deadline no longer exists because that June billing is already set.
All right.
So we have the flexibility on the general government side. The question is whether the schools could live with that schedule. We'll get back with the council on that.
Okay, thank you. Well said. Back to the city employees' pay. Ms. Bala, the bonus structure is up to $1,000. There's a lot of up to. But then I heard you say that everybody, whatever the amount of money is going to be dispensed by the middle of December. Is that true? Are you going to be able to calculate the up to numbers for 200-some employees and get money in their pockets by the middle of December? It's more important to me to get the money into the pockets by the middle of December, even if you just give everybody $1,000. But you think you can do your gradations between now and then?
Yes, and the gradation is really between part-time and full-time employees, and so we've been working through that. I think we're basically have got those lists pretty well clarified. I think there are a few little things, particularly on the ARPA premium pay. We want to run through department directors just to check our list on who would be eligible for that, but we would certainly get that done before December 13th so that that's a known quantity, and we'd be able to administer it in the pay period immediately after that action.
And similarly, the 2.5% across the board would be paid out before the end of the year, starting?
Yes, that would start in the first pay period after the council's action.
Okay, great. That's good. On the sidewalk question, I support Councilmember Hardy's suggestion. Somewhere along the line, we got the cost per linear foot of sidewalk, and it was a shockingly high number. How much does $100,000 buy us in terms of linear feet of sidewalk? Do we know?
And I don't have that number at the tip of my
okay, well, maybe that's something we could have in our heads or in the staff report before we vote finally, just so the public understands why we're, spending a lot of money, because it's a really expensive thing to buy. The DPW equipment, the Environmental Sustainability Committee discussed this, and of course they're interested in something more energy efficient. The manager spoke to this. Electric vehicles are not quite up to snuff yet, apparently. But there was a question about whether you could lease those vehicles rather than buy them, so that you would lease for a few years until the technology improves, and then buy the vehicle that's going to last you 15 or so years? Is that an option, or do you have something else to say to that?
And I apologize, I don't have a response to that yet. And we can certainly have a response to that before December 13th.
Okay, that's good. That's just something that the ESC brought up and discussed. It seemed like a reasonable question that we ought to be able to answer. Okay, I think I'm down to pretty close to the last. Good to hear the police situation, which sounds like it could go on a different track from $2,500 and $1,000. It sounds like there could be more room for increases there if you're really repurposing vacancy money. And is that something you think you can do within, I don't know, 30 days, 60 days?
I believe it is, and the reason I say that is that police job descriptions and duties are generally quite comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas it's sometimes for many of our other city positions, it is more difficult to compare what a planner does in Falls Church versus what a planner does in Fairfax County. And I think, frankly, in that example, we ask a lot more of our staff than is typical for a Fairfax County employee. But police departments are usually pretty easy to compare, and so that's why we can do that in-house, and I think we can get that resolved pretty quickly.
Okay, great. I think that would be a great 60-day project if possible. Okay, last item. Thanks for your indulgence. Want to thank Superintendent for his note from this morning about how the school and the school board is thinking of spending their carryover and other funds. Basically, I'm looking for an answer to a question. The schools ended up with about $900,000, according to Ms. Bawa, of underspending in the current year's, in the budget for the year just closed. And then there's ARPA money that they got, and then, they're asking us for some ARPA money. Anyway, it all adds up to a number, and there's some costs laid across that number. Obviously, their salary increase plan is a big part of it. He speaks of electric buses, which is a worthy expense, and baseball field improvements, which need to be made. It's certainly very important that we do that. The new softball field looks terrific. All the athletic facilities are terrific. The baseball field is sorry looking because it was not included in the whole high school redo. And additional instructional supports for students, whatever that is. It doesn't, I'm not looking to line item their budget, but it would be nice at the end of the day to be able to say, this is the amount of money that the schools have found that they that they want to spend, and what's then left over as the carryover for them into the new fiscal year that they will, as is their custom, I think, fold into their budget for next year. And the HVAC expenses, I should have mentioned that too. 13 units, all at Mary Ellen Henderson. Obviously, that's an important expense too. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Well, when was the last time that city staff got a base salary increase?
So with this year's budget, there was a 3% increase and a 3.5% for law enforcement. So 3% for everyone who's not uniformed, 3.5 for uniformed police. Increase to base pay.
Just police?
I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. So 3% increase to base pay for all employees.
Right.
And for uniformed police, it was 3.5%.
Got it. And the year before that?
A year before that was the year that we had the pay freeze.
Got it.
And then the year before that was 3 and 3.5.
Okay. Do we know what the salary increases were for the school? I know it's a little bit different, step, base increase, things like that. Do we know what those increases were over that same period, especially during COVID when there was the freeze?
So the schools had a freeze the same year that we did. So that was for fiscal year 2021. And then in the budget that was just adopted, the schools had a combination of a COLA and a STEP. And my understanding is that, that varies for employees where they fall in the STEP program. But on average, I think the pay increase was between 3 and 4% for most school employees.
Okay. And were there, in terms of pay to teachers during COVID, was there a hazard pay, a premium pay paid to them as well?
I'll need to get back with you on that. I don't recall off the top of my head. Ms. Bawa, maybe, do you recall? I believe we did a one-time payment. I think the schools did a one-time payment last year at the same time we were doing it. I just don't recall the exact details of that.
Same amount for city staff and schools? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, they had done a one-time bonus, which was the same amount that we had done in CARES last year. I think I recall it was $1,000, and this year they're going for $2,000 for premium pay, and $1,000 now in December, and another $1,000 in March.
So the premium pay comparison is 2,000 versus 1,000, schools versus city staff. Is that what you're saying, Kieran?
For this year?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
for the one-time pay, the schools are doing 2,000. Under this proposal, we would be doing 1,000 plus a 2.5% salary.
Right, but not the same 2,000 split that the schools are
That's correct.
providing. Okay. All right, yeah, I think that information is useful for conversations like this, especially when we receive emails about parity, making sure that we're working in lockstep. And this gets, I think, very confusing, not only for folks here in this room, but also individuals that are trying to follow this and look at the mechanics of money moving in and between schools and city government and federal funding sources and city government. So it's good to have, I think, those details. I will tell you, I'm still quite a bit uncomfortable with this notion that we can't give at least more in the premium or the hazard pay for the individuals that had to work throughout the pandemic. I mean, $1,000 to me seems like a paltry sum. I think, is it Michael Lane from
That's right.
DPW that spoke? Michael, and then Caitlin's comments, you know, when you think about having to come up here to City Hall when it was virtually empty, and you look at the folks that were in some of the offices, and then you recognize the grass is still being cut, limbs are still being moved, streets are still being plowed, when others, you know, aren't coming into the office. For me, $1,000 just does not seem, it doesn't seem like enough. The 2.5 versus 3.5, I would love to find a way to fund that full request from the EAC, but I do recognize that there will be increases around the corner in the next budget. However, I personally am just not comfortable with thinking that this is enough. I think that there are a couple of areas where we could consider allocating more money, at least from a one-time perspective, because salary increases do create structural challenges down the road, and that's a bit more of a careful endeavor, but I do feel like we can do more now. And when I look at the idea of doing more now versus what is being presented in some of these line item expenditures that aren't necessary right now, I feel that more of the ARPA money could be put towards hazard pay. It may not make up completely to get to the 3.5%, but I feel like we're spending money on things that don't have to happen right this minute at the expense of compensating our employees who have made, I think, a tremendous case for themselves, not that they needed to, in terms of compensation for their sacrifice and also hard work over the last couple of years. One of those in particular, which I just, as I've been looking at this over the last weeks, that I can't get comfortable with, and maybe it's my fault for not sitting down and talking with school staff, but the HVAC investment coming from ARPA for the $498,000 to go to MEH, and even reading the response from Karen that was passed along from the administration about reaching the end of their useful life. One recommendation I would have is to reallocate that particular request to pay for things that we feel are both needed by the citizens, which, again, we've made the point in previous meetings about citizens needing to feel that their voices have been heard, and also our staff. And so my recommendation would be that we reallocate the $498,000 in HVAC spend and work with the schools to fund that either through their surplus and revenue share, and then building future CIP costs that the schools may need back into the budget. Again, not saying that we don't need to replace the 13 units on top of MEH, but the way that I read it is that it's not necessary today. Yes, there is matching grant money that's out there, but that can be managed from a cash flow perspective through other sources, which would then free up some money for us to compensate folks now and put more money towards projects now that citizens need. And so I would like to make a motion as part of this that we reallocate the $498,000 between sidewalk and one-time pay for city staff, and then find a way to fund the $498,000 through discussions with school staff, and if there's a future CIP need that is effectively being paid for with money for that project now, that we find a way to fund that in a future budget. But I just see some of these requests as much more pressing right now, and would like to address those requests, which we all continue to talk about here ad nauseum and have all night and for weeks, about the importance of staff and the importance of recognizing what the city wants. But I just don't see it in this budget right now. And so I'd like to find a way to take the things that can be dealt with later and reallocate that money to do the things that we know need to happen right now that are important for the city, and present a budget to our staff as well as to voters that recognize those desires. So my amendment is to reallocate the MEH HVAC cost, pay for that another way. Again, do the project, but the way that I read it is not do now, and then reallocate that money to premium pay as well as sidewalks. And I won't necessarily dictate exactly how that gets split, but it certainly satisfies a concern that I have as well as satisfies two things that I feel just have not been funded enough.
Other comments, Ms. Hiscott?
I have a couple of questions. I would really like to know, can you just reiterate what an additional 1%, if you went from 2.5% to 3.5% base salary increase, what's that delta? Number one, roughly 200,000, confirming, right? And then if I guess I also wanted to know, I'm not clear on what we paid the police were the only employees that were paid hazard pay, right, based upon prior. And I don't know what that turned out into, roughly dollars per police officer who served during that time. And I know that we had, to my knowledge, it was DPW and our police officers that were the essential workers that were mandated in-person employees, correct?
It's a longer list than that. It will include our front counter, like our treasurer, commissioner, building permit staff. It will include our emergency management team. When you go through the list, it's actually it's a longer list than just DPW operations.
Okay, so if there was an increase, I guess that's where I'm missing out on the $1,000 one-time payment. If there's no other way, you can't carve it out to say DPW, there were the 7 employees that Michael Lane was talking about earlier, carve that out from any other employees. You're not going to single one individual division. You're saying it's all
I wouldn't recommend it. I think those that came in, that we're thanking them for taking on that increased risk. One group that I should note also is the library did stay open for curbside delivery, as was noted. So that's another group that we're working through and just making sure that we're capturing everybody who was doing that in-person work.
Would also include like Aurora House and the staffing.
Exactly.
It's narrow, but it's not that narrow if we're going to acknowledge the folks that responded in person during that intense pandemic period.
So if you were to, let's just pick a number, if you were to double the one-time payment of $1,000 to $2,000 comparable to the schools, what is that number? What does that equate to based
Are
on
you
the list
referring
of
to-
expanding? I'm referring to the one-time premium pay of $1,000 for eligible employees.
And just to clarify, is this for the people who worked in person, or is this for the 1,000 that everyone is getting?
My understanding of premium pay is premium pay means you worked in person.
Okay, it gets a little confusing. So if you're talking about that population, in terms of, that's sort of a separate case. And so when we're thinking about sort of the base thing that's going to all employees, I'm not sure
So if you're looking, we see a general number that costs it's coming $450,000 from the general fund, $155,000 covers these three items: 2.5%, $1,000 one time for everybody, $1,000 for premium pay. I'm trying to understand from that total package how much is the premium pay if we're looking at increasing a premium pay. I don't understand how many employees that is to have an idea of what the impact of changing that dollar amount would be on the
Okay.
total budget.
right.
What's another way? Am I not
No,
saying that
I
right?
understand the question. It's, and we're still kind of working through that list, but let's say it's, let's say it's between 70 and 90 employees.
Okay, so we're talking about roughly 270 to 290,000 if you were to have a 3.5% pay increase and I'm just picking a number at that 2,000 because I'm thinking of 2,000 from the school staff. That would be roughly 290K. I am just thinking through Ross's proposal, and I don't know that we can't do all of it. I just don't know that we have to pull, if it's 290K additional, it seems to me that we have the money to do that. Just my opinion that I'm.
Vice Mayor.
So now I'm confused. I'm going to go back to my 5 notes that I had earlier, and then I'll respond to some other things. First one is, I do support acting on the police change quickly. It sounded from what Chief Gavin said that there are police officers that are ready to leave within the next couple weeks. So it's taken us a long time to get to this point of, yes, we're going to do a compensation study. So this compensation study needs to be fast, and we need to do it quickly so that we can maintain as many of our police as possible. That's my first point. My second one is, as we're talking about the payments, I want to remind everybody that when we first started talking about bonuses for staff, it was $2,000 was going to go to general government employees, right? That was matching what the $2,000 bonus was to school employees. And the schools have stuck with that, and they're not offering premium pay, right, for other employees who are, this is a $2,000
That's correct.
bonus for school staff. And then because the city staff came forward and said we would prefer not to have a bonus, we would prefer to have actually an increase to our base salary. That's why we're considering changing the base salary amount.
Correct.
And you proposed 1%, and then over the weekend, we looked at 2.5 to increase that. Ms. Hiscott's asking about 3.5. All right. So to change it just to 2.5 is the change that is on this slide right here.
That's right.
Correct? Okay. And but the payment's included, the one-time payment is included in there. So the 2.5% base salary plus the one-time $1,000 payment, which if you make more money, it's a lower percentage. If you make less money, it's a higher percentage. And you said that the average employee will be making about a 3.7% increase, 2.5 of which remains in their salary, and the rest is that bonus.
Correct.
Okay. The premium pay then on top of that. So what we heard, so there's all these different levels of what Mike Lane was talking about was there were 2 months when only 7 people were working in Public Works, and everybody else was paid to stay at home. Those 7 people weren't eligible for CARES Act funding that the police were eligible for. Did they get extra funding at that point?
They did not.
They have not.
Yeah.
Were the other employees also working in those first 2 months frontline, or did we really shut down at first? And these people really indeed did do work above and beyond.
So there was a larger population than just DPW operations that was working in person. And that's that kind of 70 to 90 population that I'm referring to.
Okay.
And one note, I'm just going to, as a practical matter.
Yeah.
Administering that $1,000 is going to be contentious, unfortunately, because we're talking about a status of about a year ago.
Right.
And people's memories will be fuzzy. We have good records of it, but there are going to be people, there are going to be conversations from people who believe they should get that, and we're going to say, we don't think you should. And one reason I would say is to maybe make that not be the main part of this is that's just there's an administrative difficulty with it. And I wish it weren't the case, but it will be the case. And so that's, I would recommend, let's stick with that part of the program.
Okay. So one of the things, as I've been talking to staff, and as I said earlier, I've talked to a lot of staff in the last couple weeks who have either approached me or I asked them questions. And there's a sense of general, we just want to make sure things are fair. And the policy that has been enacted in City Hall that it's up to department heads to determine who comes in and who doesn't, that's in some cases being considered unfair, that certain employees are expected to be here every day and certain employees have a little more flexibility. So I feel like that needs to be addressed as we're looking at salary studies, and I would support the right sizing of the government study as well. But I think that really needs to be addressed, that different department heads have different policies. And I think that comes back to DPW saying they were told they had to be here, and others were not told that they had to be here. So I feel like that fairness is really important going forward. And I don't know how to address that exactly in this policy, but maybe it's to get the employees involved in those decisions, to talk about fairness and figure out what actually is fair and what's not fair. There's another policy that I heard about, and I'm wondering if it can be waived for this situation, which is that when someone is a current employee and they make a lateral move to a different department or are promoted within their department, they're not eligible for a raise for 6 months because they're considered on probation. And it would seem that because all of this is sort of retroactive to 6 months or 8 months or 12 months ago, can that policy be waived, and can we look at that policy in the future as well as we're trying to retain staff?
Yeah, and I can talk with Steve Mason about that. I'm not clear exactly what's being referred to there, but.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because 3 or 4 people have mentioned this to me from different departments and in different situations where someone in an office was promoted and then they're not eligible to receive the raise for the first 6 months because they're on probation. So
Let me find out a little bit more about that.
Right. The other piece of this is, and as much as I would like to give more, I think 2.5% is a good compromise, partly because as we go into next year's budget, which we're going to start really soon, we need to make sure that we can fund this. And we are still in the middle of a pandemic. And even though things look really good, I feel like we really need to take it one step at a time and see what happens next so we can ensure that we can continue to pay this 2.5%, and that will be a down payment on what we can do next year. And I would disagree with Mr. Lichtenhaus's idea to take the Mary Ellen Henderson HVAC out. And I'm just reading this note from Dr. Noonan, and I don't have more information than this on this one. But it says there's federal grant funding for improving air quality, which is related to COVID. So that money that's available to do that may not be available at another time. And combine that with the ARPA funding, they're trying to get the full cost to replace those units. And I guess they don't know exactly what it's going to cost, but the federal grant funding is an additional amount of funding we wouldn't have otherwise. And so I don't think it makes sense to take it out. Maybe ask more information in the future, but before we get to second reading, but I think we need to leave it in there. That's the only thing the schools asked for in all of ARPA, right?
It is, and my understanding is, it clearly fits the ARPA guidelines, and it is money that's going to be spent for a very clear need that otherwise is going to be borne by the taxpayers. So, to my mind, it met all of the council's policies and guidelines. If there is a desire for more money for sidewalks, there is $1.2 million in the plan for next year for sidewalks. The reason we didn't ask for ARPA dollars for sidewalks right now is, one, those ARPA guidelines are difficult to meet. We do have money right now that we're working on sidewalks. And I just, it's important for council to think of the overall capital improvements program, which is so largely geared towards walkability. The council has endorsed and approved grants that we're administering right now for walkability improvements, obviously on South Washington Street, South Maple Street, on Park Avenue, Great Streets, the Shreve Road project, which is, these are huge staff-intensive efforts. And that's what we're focused on, and we're fully subscribed on those projects. They're going to make a transformational impact in terms of walkability for the city. So I believe we're putting really serious resources to that need, and that's why we did not ask for more immediately.
And you mentioned 1.2 million is in next year's
Yeah, in the
ARPA funding?
in the 4-year plan, 1.2 million is slated for next year. And so our goal is to try to work through and advance the projects that we already have in queue to set the stage for and starting to take bites on that larger $1.2 million program for next year.
And is this a situation too, maybe Ms. Hardy asked this question already, if we put more money in sidewalks, is there staff to actually do the sidewalks, or is it better just to hold on to it till next year?
Well, and this gets to the kind of the workload thing.
Yeah.
It is important, the engineering staff, they've got a work plan. They have an adopted CIP, and it's, full effort to try to accomplish that CIP. And so when new projects get added on, there's capacity to do that within reason, but, you do have to be disciplined. And that's, I think, the key thing we're trying to do on the capital program is to be disciplined, to execute the plans that we've already adopted.
And the proposal that's in the ARPA to the adopted CIP keeps everything on track. If we add and prioritize the sidewalks through ARPA, something else is going to have to give. And in the second year, part of that planning is we're about to undertake the whole CIP development process again, and we can incorporate that in the normal prioritization. That next budget is July 1. So it allows us to properly move forward.
Okay.
And we do have some CIP sidewalk money that we're working through. Granted, it's for small missing segments, because as Mr. Duncan was indicating, the linear foot for a brand-new sidewalk, if we have to do full engineering or stormwater, is much higher. But we already know we're in queue, and we're looking at South Maple missing sidewalk, Tinner Hill up to the historic site. We've got South Lee, Noland. I'm probably missing one, but we got a good core of 5 or 6 that we're already working through, plus the rest of the CIP.
Okay. And then my last question just goes back to those HVAC units. I think I just read this, but I'll read it again. The grant funding is for improving air quality. So in addition to end of life, we're looking at the air quality of the air that our students and teachers are breathing in that school every day, which is definitely an ARPA thing. And I think...
Can I ask a clarifying question? Because I don't want the intent of my question about HVAC to think that our kids don't need clean air, because that's certainly not the point. My question is about timing and allocation of funds and prioritization. And what I'd like to know is what out of this bucket, because we're working with a finite set of resources here, at least in this budget amendment, can be pushed off either into future CIP, a future ARPA request, or some other mechanism to free up money to deal with what, again, everybody has made abundantly clear and everyone keeps talking about, which is the crisis at hand, which seems the crisis at hand, about compensating employees. So I'm not talking about taking clean air away from the kids. I'm not talking about getting rid of priorities in their entirety. I'm just talking about moving things into the proper buckets of priority and freeing up money now. So it's about prioritization, not about elimination. And so I'd like to know, is there something in this budget, whether it's a reduction in HVAC, whether it's reducing some portion of the affordable housing, whether it is moving some of the funding for the climate change plan? Is there anything that can be moved into a future ARPA request or in a future budget that doesn't put those projects at risk, that allow us to free up money to do something additional now? That's what I'd like to know.
Okay. So in terms of having ARPA going to salary, with the shift to salary as opposed to bonus, that does decrease the amount of ARPA dollars that can be used for it. And so that's something that, you know, if the council acts on that, that's just a feature of it. So if you wanted to use more ARPA dollars for compensation, it would have to be in the form of a one-time bonus, which you could do. If you were to do it, I would say take it out of the $6 million that is unallocated. It's part of the 4-year plan, but that is available to you. The items that we've listed, we have plans to spend all of those. The stormwater projects, we're going to be able to move on those. The affordable housing, those are for obligations we've already made. We're going to execute on that. The business assistance, I think that our EDO staff is ready to move on that with the backing of the EDA. So I don't have ones in this list that you would say, yeah, put those off. I would point you towards the $6 million that's not allocated.
Then that's fair enough, and I fully expected that answer. So then my request is to bring in an appropriate amount of money to provide additional one-time compensation. And I'm not going to dictate exactly how that should be done, but again, we'll continue to talk about this crisis, and it's apparent that folks feel that they've either not been recognized for the value of their work, and this is one way for us to do it, and I feel that we should deal with it now as opposed to dealing with it later. And we've got a $6 million bucket. As much as I like to preserve as much cash as possible, it's become, again, abundantly clear to me that we need to do something, and I just don't feel like this is enough. And so I would like to ask that we pull forward some of that money out of the $6 million bucket to provide that additional compensation for one-time pay to city employees. Again, working within the context of this, that nothing else can be pushed down the road, and we've got a plan for everything, and I'm fine with that if that is the case. If you're telling me that we cannot move anything else to free up that money, then I want to find that money to be able to do that, because I am exhausted just thinking about the constant revolving door that we have of folks that are leaving or asking to leave or moving. Let's deal with the problem and deal with it now and get money into the hands of the folks before the end of the year when it's going to have the biggest impact, so we can at least say that we did absolutely everything possible to retain the staff that everyone talks about being critical to the city, because they are. So let's do something about it, and let's make it happen if we can't move anything else. That's my request.
Do you have some, Mr. Duncan?
This is a good discussion. You guys are certainly earning your pay. I mean, this is good. In response to that, just my thinking is, I obviously want to do everything possible to keep the exodus of city employees from continuing. We need to hold on to the people we got. We need to retain them. We need to recruit more and fill the positions that are unfilled now and get about the business of doing all these good things that we want to do. The tension that we face, and the reason that when I made my remarks, I put a lot on the salary study, is whatever we do on the city side, the school side is going to call you and raise you. And the cost of that arms race is difficult for a jurisdiction of our size. And so while I want to move with all deliberate speed, I do want to move with some deliberation and some knowledge of facts, because there's a lot of perception out there that, certain people make a lot of money and other people don't make enough money. And I just need something to hang my hat on when I cast my final vote in the, April-May timeframe for the budget for 22-23, where I hope we will be able to, given the condition of the economy, the local economy, and our prudent management, and the fact that we're going to get the check from the Gateway partners and so forth and so on, all the good things that we hope will happen. I want to be able to do everything I can to give as much as I can, but I'm not ready to go quite that far just here right now. I'm drawn to the proposal of Vice Mayor because it seems to strike a balance between the need to act immediately and with, some decisiveness, and a need for information to make long-term decisions.
Let's go with Letty, and then we'll go to Mr.
I guess a question for Carol in terms of procedure. So if we were to up it at first reading, or we'd have to do it at first reading in order for us to consider it second reading. So whatever the amount that Ross wants to do, once we have that, we have to decide now at first reading, otherwise we have to redo a new first reading?
I think that at second reading, you could rearrange within the numbers that you have, but if you're going to increase the bottom line amounts of the budget amendment, you would need to do that at first reading, or you would need to do a new first reading later because you have gone beyond what was advertised.
What's the equivalent of another 1% in base salary if it was to be distributed as one time? Is that 200,000? Was that?
That's correct.
Right. That's what I would suggest we bring forward and find a way to distribute that. That would be my amendment.
Sorry, if I may, it is 200,000. However, for the current year, since it's going to be implemented in December, it's going to be about 110,000.
But I think the idea was it would be a one-time payment, so it would be 1,000. What was the proposal?
200,000, whatever the equivalent is, because we have backed down the request to 3.5 to 2.5. And so I'm saying whatever the equivalent of that 1% is, to issue that as one time. And if that's 200,000, that's what I'd ask.
That's in there right now.
That's it.
So it's 2.5 plus 1,000.
That's just
Well,
a package.
I recognize what's in there. We're talking 2.5 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. I'm saying whatever the difference is between the 3.5 base salary increase and what's in there at 2.5, whatever that difference is, I want that amount added to the one-time distribution.
But yeah.
Wait, it's there, though. I'm confused. We've got,
No, he's talking about adding.
2.5%.
Talking about adding
I'm talking about, okay,
total,
What
the
do you-
EAC's total.
200,000, just $200,000. $200,000, because that's what I understand that difference to be between the 3.5 and the 2.5, the additional $200,000 in ARPA funds to be distributed to city staff as one-time payment. That's my amendment. Motion to amend this to bring in another $200,000 in ARPA money to be added to one-time payments.
So you're trying to take into proposal.
If I may, sorry, Mayor, the ARPA money is going to be only distributed to employees that are eligible, not all employees. Is that what you're saying, Councilmember Rittenhouse?
That is what I'm saying.
Okay. So you're saying that the 1,000 premium pay should be increased to a different amount by adding 200,000?
That is correct.
That's what
And apparently, we don't
Okay,
have the
I got you.
calculation for that, but whatever that calculation is.
We don't know how many employees that is.
70 to 90 employees.
So it's getting late. Let me just try to bring this a little bit to closure. So we need to act tonight on a first reading, really, to get this wrapped up by the end of the year. And there's no half measures on this in terms of whether we could peel out some portion of it to try to, because it seems like there's a lot of things in the air right now. I mean, we've talked a lot about salary, which I'm supportive of, really trying to increase the pay for our city employees. I think for the longest time, it's been kind of, I wouldn't say an afterthought, but they're not getting them competitive on being in the top tier of compensation. Seems like that's something that has not been in the forefront of our minds in the past. But I also think there are things, this budget seems a lot like what we saw 2 weeks ago or a week ago or whenever it was. Frankly, I thought we had a whole lot of comments. I didn't see a whole lot of changes to what we're looking at right now. And there's just too much to go through. But in terms of sidewalks, I'd like to see a significant amount of sidewalks. Sidewalks are expensive. I don't know how many linear feet it buys you, but to my knowledge, it isn't a whole heck of a lot. 100 grand worth. When you add in engineering and supervision and construction management, I don't think you're buying a whole lot of sidewalk, and I don't know how much it is, but my guess is it's not more than a couple hundred linear feet. I could be wrong. But I'd like to see more of that, especially when we've got plans in here that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars added up, and yet actual concrete, literally concrete that we're changing our city with is a fraction of that. So I guess just adding my 2 cents to the conversation, I would like to see more in actual sidewalk construction. I know next year we're spending money on speed cameras and all sorts of things that I think are at present are ill-defined. To me, sidewalks pretty simple, crosswalks are pretty simple, bump outs are pretty simple. And so I guess I would add my voice to support for increasing and maybe more than $100,000. I think it's one of the fundamental things this small city needs to do is tie ourselves together in a safe way and our kids together in a safe way. Compensation, this is getting really complicated. I am supportive, though, of trying to find a way to do more for our city employees in a reasonable fashion, and I don't know what that really looks like. I don't know if we can dice and slice it up right here on the dais at 11:30 at night. I don't know if that's possible to do that, or as a way to create a placeholder tonight that we can spend the next couple of weeks trying to come up with creative ways that are agreeable to folks to maybe figure this out, because I'm not sure we're going to figure it out right at this moment in terms of what kind of options we might present to ourselves to address this issue in the next couple of weeks. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Shields.
So in terms of what the dollars are that are in the budget is approximately a 3.7% increase in pay if you combine the 2.5% plus the 1,000. And then in addition to that is the 1,000 and the premium pay for the people who worked during the beginning of the pandemic. So that's what's in the table. So if there's if there's a desire to kind of work within that between first reading and second reading, we certainly would do so. In terms of sidewalks, if there's a desire, the ARPA dollars for sidewalks, it's more staff lead time. You gotta have everything, done according to federal rules. It's gonna be slow. So, if you wanted to do more on sidewalks, I would probably take it out of the, what is now the $600,000 that's going to capital reserves and take more out of that. And that probably could be done from the dais here tonight, if that was the direction the council would go in. I think that addresses two of the issues that council's been discussing.
Ms. Hardy?
So because of the difference between first and second reading, guys, I have a proposal. So from the budget amendment, I would propose adding $100,000 from reserves towards sidewalks, would be doubling the allocation. And then we can discuss more between first and second reading, but hearing what Carol said, that we'd have to redo another first reading if we didn't add it in now. I don't think we have time for that for salary, so I would propose that we add $200,000 from ARPA for premium pay. So if we can go back to that slide that Karen had.
I second it.
And then we can discuss whether that $200,000 needs to go down or whether that's something we're comfortable with. But for the sake of moving on tonight, I don't want to risk having another first reading.
We have,
Yeah, so based on
do we
this.
have two motions on the table now?
So
Formally have any motion?
no, I had a motion.
Yeah, I think we have at least one.
I definitely,
I'm just proposing modifications. I don't care who does
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Letty's suggesting the same thing plus that I was, so I'll withdraw my motion and second Letty's motion. So my understanding is the $200,000 from ARPA for premium pay, which is what I had originally motioned.
Yes, on this slide, it'd be the number 3, the third little circle. So instead of 1,000, we're adding 200,000 to it, and we can figure out what the right number is. And again, between first and second reading, we can go down, right, Carol, but we can't go up.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 100,000 from the surplus, instead of putting it in reserves towards sidewalks, would be doubling the sidewalk amount.
Yep. So Celeste, you can withdraw my motion. I second support that.
Are we,
Do we actually have a motion
So that was a
and a
motion?
second? We have a motion and a second.
Sure.
Karen, do we have to move this other motion? as well.
There was not a first, I guess,
He
the original
withdrew.
motion.
No,
Okay,
there
so
was
I
a-
move to grant first reading TO 21-15, schedule second reading and public hearing for December 13th, 2021, advertise the same according to law with the two amendments I mentioned.
Is that agreeable? I'm asking the city attorney. Okay. Mr. Lichtenhouse, did you want to second that, or were you seconding that?
Yes, I second that.
I think
Okay.
I need, but I think we have this other, did you get this one? I need to amend your motion to say at line 390, we're going to strike $1,500 in one-time premium pay and replace with $1,000 up to $2,000 in one-time premium pay, and strike 1% increase in base salary and replace with 2.5 increase in base salary.
And that's not right. It's, because we don't know the calculation going into the 1,000, it's reduce it from 1,500 to 1,000 plus an additional $200,000 allocated, effectively TBD.
Okay.
Which could be anywhere
Because 1,000 to
between
2,000 is not
$2,200
going to
and
equal
$2,800.
$200,000.
Okay. 200,000 divided by 70 people or 90 people, your range is 2,200 to 2,800 additional.
So Karen, are you doing that real fast, all that math real fast?
I am.
Okay.
So in the ARPA funding that we have right now, the 155,000, of that, 100,000 is for, close to that, is for premium pay, the $1,000 that we have per person for eligible employees. So if we take another 200,000, that would go to an up to amount approximately. There's going to be some give and take. I'll have more exact numbers for you next Monday. But that up to number would grow from 1,000 to 3,000. Given that we have about 100 employees who are eligible.
So just a question, is that, are we still, have we finished the motion, or is it time to ask a question?
Yeah, so Carol, to your knowledge, do we have a proper motion before the council?
I am a little confused at this point because it sounds to me like what you first have to do is, if Mary Beth moved to amend the original motion, you need to vote on whether you're accepting that amendment.
Okay.
And then, if you do, then you vote on the main motion as amended.
All right, can we do a voice vote on the amendment, or do we need to do
But
that as?
I
a-
don't know, do you understand what the amendment is?
It's just this,
Because I,
the second part of this.
Well,
You know, that piece of paper.
This is line on 390, line 390. It says, city employees will receive up to $1,500 in one-time premium pay plus a 1% increase in base salary. That needs to change to say they'll receive up to $1,000 in one-time premium pay plus a 2.5 increase in base salary. And then the next part says certain eligible employees who are required to work in person will be eligible for one-time $1,000 premium pay compensation using ARPA funds. And that 1,000 number needs to change to another number.
3,000.
3,000? Up to?
Up to 3,000 in premium pay for eligible employees using ARPA funds.
So that's the amendment that then covers everything else. It doesn't cover the line items of where things change in the budget.
Can we do this in a more generic way that gives us more flexibility?
Yeah, so one idea might be to start with the vice mayor's motion, and then have a motion to amend that to say, and staff is also directed to take an additional $200,000 in ARPA and have that distributed, and have a recommendation to come back by second reading for that to be distributed in an equitable fashion.
I think
So-
that's a better way to deal with this.
Yeah.
Okay, so how are we doing this, ladies? Do you want to make your motion
I'll
again?
withdraw my previous motion.
Okay.
And Mary Beth still has hers. Right.
Right? Am I withdrawing that motion?
So I would recommend, so let me propose this, that your motion go as drafted with the additional measure from Mr. Lichtenhouse for the 200,000. And then the last item would be the additional $100,000 from reserves for sidewalks. Is that correct?
I actually have a
Yeah.
third. I would like to direct staff to look into the staffing study as part of the salary study.
Yes. So should we all withdraw our amendments and start over?
I think
Just call
you
it a
need
night
to,
tonight.
because Mary Beth didn't have a motion, she had a motion to amend Letty's motion. So withdraw, and then I would start with an initial motion that has the amendment that you want.
I withdraw my motion. You go first.
I'll withdraw my amendment.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
And then someone can make the first motion with this amendment.
I'll do that, because I have this already here, I wrote it down. I move to grant first reading to TO 21-15, schedule second reading and public hearing for December 13th, 2021, and advertise the same according to law with the following changes to the proposed ordinance. At line 390, we're going to strike $1,500 one-time premium pay and replace it with $1,000 one-time premium pay. And we're going to strike 1% increase in base salary and replace it with 2.5 increase in base salary. We're going to add an additional $200,000 from ARPA to it's not premium pay,
To be distributed to employees in an equitable
to be
fashion.
distributed to employees in equitable fashion related to work at the beginning of the pandemic. We're going to add $100,000 to the sidewalk fund, and we're going to direct staff, in addition to a salary compensation study, to also include a staffing study, a staffing capacity study.
Mr. Snyder?
I'm going to second that motion, but let me just say this. I appreciate all the discussion, but we have a lot of other players that aren't here tonight. We have a lot of people that expect stormwater changes, more so than we're funding under current ARPA, so let's keep that in mind. Let's keep in mind, too, that we're building in structural challenges for the future. So I'm fine. Let's just do it and move forward.
All right, I think we have a motion. Do we have a second to that motion?
I second it.
Oh, you did, okay. All right, is there any public comment on what's been heard just now? If not, the matter is closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Could I
Yes.
just ask a question? I just want to make sure I understand. I think I agree with Mr. Snyder, but, so I'm voting for this, and that means that everybody gets 2.5%. And then everybody gets $1,000, right? And then somewhere around 70 to 90 people could get as much as $3,000. The other 110 or so don't get any of that. Is that right? And the manager between now and December 13th is going to tell us who the 90 lucky people are who actually had to show up to work in person for some or most of the pandemic time. Is that what I'm voting for?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean,
It's my understanding.
not to belabor this, which I'm about to do, okay, Dave, you're rolling your eyes. I know you're telling me not to. I mean, to my mind, I guess I would prefer to shift, not have that all go to folks and let everybody squabble about who's getting more money, is to take some of that money and basically allow you the flexibility to come up with a proposal that may cover everyone, depending on what your proposal might be, so that we have the flexibility at our next meeting to consider all sorts of options and not be limited to just people who happen to turn up, maybe some of the time, not all the time, but just to allow you the flexibility to bring us back other options the next week. And I don't know if anybody's agreeable to that or not.
That's assumed in the motion that he can move the money around like that.
But you can't move the ARPA money around. I agree with what the mayor says, and Mr. Snyder too, but my understanding is the ARPA money is capped on, and that's a reasonable argument, is that the people who showed up for work should get that $3,000. It's just that I had hoped not to create a caste system within the city staff by giving some people 3,000 and other people nothing.
Mr. Manager, do you feel you have the flexibility to come back to us based on this motion or ask the city attorney to provide potential, money to everyone or some or whatever you might give your recommendation to, or is that not assumed in this motion?
I think it's going to be, I think it's not included in the motion because the additional 200,000 is specified to be out of ARPA, and that money isn't going to have the flexibility to be used beyond the people who are eligible for the premium pay under ARPA, because that's the only purpose for which wages can be done under ARPA.
Okay, so let me try to recommend an amendment to the motion that the city council, in addition to the 2.5, the 1,000, that city council moves to allocate a total of $200,000 from a mixture of ARPA or the surplus to provide employees additional compensation above the 2.5%, the 1,000, and the 1,000 premium pay. And that's part of the motion to approve TO 21-15. Does that work?
That would work.
All right, so so does the mover of the motion agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, so us, the city attorney, then we have a motion on the table that we can now vote on, is that right?
Well, I think you technically need to vote on the amendments.
Okay, so let's do that. Can we do that by voice vote, or do you feel we should do it by roll call?
You can do it by voice vote.
Okay, so,
I don't have a second on the amendment.
Yeah, we
okay,
do
I'll
need it.
second.
all right, we have a motion and a second. So all in favor of agreeing to the amendment that was just articulated by Mr. Snyder would say aye now. And so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so the amendment has been made. Now we have to vote on the amended motion. And I'll ask the city clerk to go ahead and call that vote.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council.
All right, so we have a lot still to go. Does anyone want to take a break? It's been 2 hours since we took a break. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, okay? And let's try to pick up the pace here.
This is really fun.
All right, it is only 11:49, so we got plenty of time left before we need to say goodnight. Let's move on to the next item. City Clerk, what do you say?
Yes, we have TO 21-16 ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 42, Article 5 of the Code of the City of Falls Church to reconstitute the Public Utilities Commission.
All right, Mr. Shields, give us the Adwater version of reconstitution.
Sure.
And,
Thank you. This was discussed at work session, so I won't give a long report on it. But it is to recreate the Public Utilities Commission. It would have the stormwater and sanitary sewer in its portfolio. There was a comment at work session. We've added that to the portfolio of this work in terms of considering possibly development regulations to the extent that they can assist in stormwater mitigation as well.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
all right, are there any questions? Are there any comments?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question. Is this commission purely advisory to the city council?
It is.
Act directly.
So for all of these, they would be providing recommendations ultimately to the city council on policy relating to the management of these two entities.
Okay, so no authority to spend money or to engage in any activity
That is
other
correct.
than advice to the city council.
That is right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any public comment from the one member of the public here? No. The matter's closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to grant first reading TO 21-16, schedule public hearing and second reading for December 13th, 2021, and advertise the same according to law.
All right.
Second.
Second.
We got a second and a third. I think Ms. Hardy was on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes?
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Sean Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Mayor Tarter?
Yep.
Thank you, council. 7-0 passes.
All right, next item.
We have we have two, I believe, that are together. TR 21-42, resolution of the City of Falls Church City Council approving the city's participation in the proposed settlement of opioid-related claims against McKesson, Cardinal Health, Amerisource Bergen, Janssen, and their related corporate entities, and directing the city attorney to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the city's participation in the settlements. We have TR 21-43, resolution of the City of Falls Church City Council approving the city's participation in the Virginia Opioid Abatement Fund and Settlement Allocation Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, and directing the city attorney to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the city's participation in the MOU.
All right, City Attorney, anything new to tell us?
Yes, I will be very brief. You can ask me questions if you want some more information. As you know, there's been an ongoing nationwide litigation against opioid manufacturers and distributors, and there's currently a proposed settlement against 4 of the entities, who are 3 distributors and 1 manufacturer. All states and localities have the opportunity to participate in the settlement. Virginia has already decided and opted in to the settlement. The advantages to the city would be that we may receive some funds, a maximum of approximately $85,000. More importantly, perhaps, the city's participation will increase the amount that Virginia can receive for opioid abatement funds. And more participation means that there's more money overall for opioid abatement in Virginia because the overall settlement will be larger. What we would give up is we would give up the right to bring future claims against these distributors and manufacturer for opioid damages, and we would also be agreeing to the allocation formula in the Virginia agreement for any settlements that work as this one does. So the first motion, or the first resolution, 2142, is for participating in the national settlement, which decides on the overall amounts. And then the second motion will be to agree to the Virginia allocation. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to go into a little more detail, but I think we did go over this a little bit at work session.
All right, questions, comments, Mr. Snyder?
Just a quick question, too, really. First of all, in terms of opioid epidemic here in the city, should we try to get more, and do we have an avenue to get more in any cost-effective way?
Not in a cost-effective way, no. We'd have to bring our own lawsuit in order to try to accomplish that, and it would be an enormous task.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Ms. Hiscott,
No, I was actually ready to make a motion,
let's do it.
if I may. I move to approve TR 21-42 as well as TR 21-43.
We should do these as separate motions.
Okay,
So just
then
one
I-
at a time.
Make one motion to approve TR 21-42.
And do we have who was the second? Vice Mayor Connolly. Any member of the public wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed. Any additional comment? Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Mayor Tarter?
Yep.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank
All right,
you.
we have another motion potentially.
Move to adopt TR 21-43.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lichtenhouse on the second. Any public comment? Seeing none, matters closed to the public. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Shields, anything to say there?
All the items that are on consent were discussed at work session with respect to the appointments.
All right,
May I remove the consent agenda?
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I wish to remove TR 21-41 for a very quick discussion item from the consent.
All right, so we'll be voting on that minus the last item, which is TR 21-41. So, Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's discuss TR 21-41, Mr.
Okay,
Snyder.
The question I have for city staff is, does this include planning for the bus rapid transit project, which will go up Washington Street?
Yes.
Is that included in the planning?
Yes.
Thank you. I move approval of TR 21-41.
All right.
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Any additional comment, any public comment? Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Lickenhouse?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to other business, transitional zones.
Thank you, Mayor Tarter, members of council. We have planning staff with Paul Stoddard and Jim Snyder who are on the call. I think we'll turn it over to Paul to introduce this item. What our goal tonight is just to have a high-level discussion with the city council on some of a handful of key policy issues with respect to the potential having council take a look at our T-zones and amending those zoning regulations to facilitate certain forms of development. Mr. Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Shield. Thank you, Mayor Tarter, and members of council. I know the hour is late, so I'll try to move through the information in the report quickly. As Mr. Shield said, the request for tonight is to get general feedback from council on possible amendments to the transitional zones, T1 and T2 in the city zoning ordinance. Background beginning on line 10. In February of this year, council adopted changes to the special exception criteria, and as part of adopting those changes in the SC criteria, which are largely focused on commercial areas of the city, council provided direction to staff to develop zoning tools to facilitate residential infill projects on smaller parcels. In June of this year, council held a work session to review staff's initial recommendations, and those are attached. And they're also summarized here, and there were really three main points beginning on line 21. First was to remove 1 and 2 family dwelling units as a by right use in T1 zones. That's where they are today. And then second was to consolidate the 2 T-zone districts rather than have separate T1 and T2 districts, just have a single transitional zone for clarity. And then third, this was the big lift, was to create an option for multifamily residential within the T zones. And there was a suggested framework for that. First, on building height and programming, was to allow for a maximum building height of 4 stories with a step back on the top floor. Second was to provide for affordable housing within the proposed developments. And then third was to park the buildings at a minimum of 1 parking space per unit. In terms of site design on line 34, the expectation is that the projects would be consistent with the city's 2001 urban design guidelines and the 2017 streetscape standards, and that there would be a maximum impervious surface coverage of 50% on the sites, and then various yard requirements, either 15 or 20 feet in the front, 10 feet on the side, and then requirements for landscaping and stormwater management as well. And then lastly, on the review process, staff recommendation in June was to provide for this to be a by right option, which means it would go directly to Planning Commission for their site plan review and action. And of course, with any site plan, not only is it reviewed and acted on by the Planning Commission, but there are mandatory reviews by the Architectural Advisory Board, the AAB, as well as the Urban Forestry Commission, the UFC. During that work session, Council asked several questions, but they're summarized here. What's the location of the T-zone districts today? Where are they in the city? How would design transitions to single-family areas be handled? And then how would the site design work? Stormwater, building coverage, and tree preservation. Line 55, summarizing where T-zones are today. I'm sorry, I'll jump down to line 61. They're primarily located along North Washington Street, North Washington, South Washington, Park Ave, and a couple other areas. There's actually a map on the next page. I think the way we've got the PDF, it'll show up sideways, but so if you just imagine east going up. So there's the pockets, as I mentioned. Oh, now we've got north going up. Thank you very much. So you've got North Washington. They're all circled in that sort of purple magenta color. North Washington, there are 2 pockets on South Washington. There's a small pocket near the Easter Seals building on Hillwood Avenue. And then another pocket on the 24-hour fitness site at Roosevelt Boulevard. And then the pieces along Park Avenue, as well as along Ellison Street, which is part of a site of the proposed Founders Row 2 project. Going over to the next section, I'm actually going to skip over permitted uses. We talked about that in detail last time. Jump down to site design on line 78. So this table here, and I'm actually going to skip the first 2 rows because those have to do with single family development, and focus instead on the last 3 rows, which are the site design requirements for the larger buildings, whether they're townhouses, other commercial uses. The max building height in those cases is 3 stories, either 35 feet or 45 feet. And then building coverage, it's 40% limit on the building coverage. But then the note below the tables, there's no limit in T-zones today on impervious surface coverage. You do just have to make stormwater work through some set of practices, but there's no code limit on impervious surface. And then there are various setback requirements depending on the type of zone and the type of development. By way of comparison, there are 2 existing townhouse developments along Park Avenue. The first is located at the corner of Park and Pennsylvania, and then the other is mid-block between, Pennsylvania and Virginia. There are only 2, but they're there to provide examples. The site area is fairly large for these T-zone parcels. It's either 1 acre or 2 acres. Density is a range of 6.5 to 9.5 units. Building height 26 to 30 feet. Building coverage between 26 and 50%, and then total impervious coverage, which includes the building, garages, driveways, varies from 43 to 68%. That concludes my staff report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I do this for a living, and I got to say, just hearing this right now, it's just like overload. I don't think we can really get into the absolute minutia of what you've suggested just now, some of the details of this in a coherent fashion that gives it justice. And so I might suggest we try to keep our comments to a high level and not attempt to try to figure out if this is the right height in one place or the other, but just generally talk about what we might want to see here, what our general intent is, to give some big picture guidance to staff without getting into the nuts and bolts of, what height it is and how many feet and all that. I just think it's really hard to do this justice after midnight. So I think with that suggestion, if people don't agree with it, that's fine. We can get into more in-depth discussion, but I don't think it's going to be productive if we try to, parse this thing to pieces this time of night. So anyway, why don't we just go ahead with comments and see where that takes us. So I don't know who, Ms. Hiscott?
Just a quick comment to reiterate that in future discussions, I'd like to see how those buildings impact, whether it's shadow studies or a 3D or something that shows how specifically, I'm thinking about the the North Washington zones, to see how or if the changing that would impact Lawton Street even further. That's really, the others look to me by, a quick overview that, they're not backed up to other residences, especially like 24-hour Fitness or Easter Seals in Hillwood, that Washington and Park Avenue is really the most impactful. And what does that look like? That's just what I'd like to see moving forward. So hopefully that's high level and quick.
Sure. I don't want to preclude any substantive comments, but I think an expectation that we're not going to parse this thing is probably a decent one. Ms. Hardy, then Mr. Snyder, maybe?
Great, thank you. So my comments, two of them. Paul, it would be helpful for the discussion to be able to talk more intelligently about the right setbacks and hikes. Is essentially some sort of chart that shows me what is allowed right now in single-family neighborhoods and what do we have happening in mixed use in our B zones. Because I think T zones are supposed to be somewhere in between, right? So for me to say intelligently, is this amount of lot coverage the right thing? Well, what do we allow right now in single-family homes? I think it's 25 and 35%, correct? And then in our mixed use, it's probably a lot more than that. So knowing kind of where this falls in the middle of that spectrum is helpful. So for the next discussion, for us to be able to comment on that, I think knowing what coverage, setbacks, heights, et cetera, are allowed for residential on one end and then commercial on the other end, and where does the proposal for T-zones fall in the middle would be helpful. And then my second general comment is, the genesis of all this is to kind of encourage that infill development, right? The fact that we don't want every project to be the 4 acres mixed use that we do. So based on the proposal as staff has written right now, do we have any early indication that the market will respond? So if we change it, will they come? Do the market dynamics and financials work in this proposal?
Sure. So to your first point, yes, the T-zones are intended to be a design transition from the more intense uses in the POAs, the commercial planning opportunity areas, the commercial areas, to the less intense, largely residential areas. And so it does make sense, I think, as you said, to have some sort of transition that would accommodate site design, building height, buffers, things like that. So we can bring that information back. Second, your question is, will the market respond? And I think that's a key issue that a great zoning ordinance doesn't really get you anything if no one can build under it. And so I think we would want to do some market testing with this. There was some initial research done prior to the June work session. And as council provides its guidance in this process, I think we would want to double check those numbers against the industry before bringing it up, probably for first reading.
T-zones are the same, and that's the greatest concern I have about how do you do this. Some T-zones may be in residential where you probably want residential. Other T-zones may abut commercial where you want commercial or a mix. So this seems to be driving toward, we're going to do multifamily in every T-zone out there. And maybe I'm misreading it, but that's a problem for me. The other thing is we need to get to some degree of like straw proposals, if you will, and then have neighborhoods comment on them. I think we've said repeatedly, and this has come up before, we want to see neighborhood reaction to this, not just the owners of the current site, but how will it fit into the neighborhood? So Those are my issues. How do we distinguish one T-zone from another rationally and permit either residential, commercial, or mixed use, depending on what the T-zone is and what it's surrounded? And then finally, input from neighborhoods. Thanks.
Mr. Lichtenhouse?
Paul, appreciate that. Letty raised some great comments. Other folks did too. My biggest concern is the lot coverage. I think having some additional information that Ms. Hardy had requested would be useful, but 50% is effectively going to preclude, I think, a lot of infill type development that we would want to see. So I would recommend that if we truly want to encourage infill development in the T-zones, that we increase that lot coverage to actually allow something more dense to be built there, because otherwise I think what you're going to find is at 50%, the market interest will not be as much, and I think it'll still be vastly underutilized, certainly within the context of why we wanted to have this discussion to begin with from a T-zone perspective. But otherwise, thank you, Paul. That's my primary comment, is that we really need to look at that and increase that coverage amount, in addition to looking at data around setbacks and all T-zones not being created equal. But I think this is a very, very important step for kind of the next evolution of underutilized land and better development in the city. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Connolly?
Just to agree with Mr. Snyder, too, that not all T-zones are the same, and we do have T1 and T2, and part of the proposal is to combine them into a single T, and that blanket description, I don't know that I'm comfortable with that, but I do agree that there are some of these lots that it would be very good to be able to do more with than we are able to do right now. I also see that this would not come before council, that it would be a planning commission decision. And I just want to know the implications of that, because right now all the mixed use comes before the council and the planning commission. And what does that mean? Or what maybe that's one of the straw man proposals to see what that means.
All right, Mr. Duncan?
Agree completely with Mr. Lichtenhouse. So on line 36, maximum of 50% coverage for buildings and surface parking. I assume that number would need to be something more like 80% in order to achieve the policy objectives of going through this process. And on line 50, page 2 of 4, on line 57, the step back of 20 feet on the fourth story facing our districts. I don't know what that number should be, but is that 20 feet of the building or the building or the development envelope? Or I mean, if we're going to step a building back 20 feet, that's going to take out a whole bank of condominiums and make the project probably financially unfeasible. The specific question that I would ask is if you can dig back into your files and show us the proposals for the condominium projects that were advanced at North Washington and Columbia Street, and at the Tradition site, Spring Street and Broad. You can divorce it from those specific locations, but if you just show us the lot sizes of each of those and the buildings that were proposed there, that actually would give you an idea of what the market at one point wanted to build, and we didn't have any mechanism that enabled them to do it, I think. So if the staff could dig those out of the files and show us, that to me would be more helpful than looking at the townhouses that are there, because the point of this exercise, in my mind at least, is not to build townhouses, but rather to build smaller condominiums that would have underground parking, not anything that would have garage and service parking.
Sure, and just to clarify that the previous project proposals, those were Broad and Spring, as well as Park and Lee was the other condo project in the T-zone.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Park and Lee. Yeah, I was thinking about the ones that, the Zell proposal at North Washington and Columbia Street actually got pretty far. I mean, we were talking about the nature of the parking garage on that one.
Yeah, that was a largely commercial proposal from what I remember, but I can double check files.
It had some ground floor, it had a coffee shop or something on the ground floor, but it was basically, it was a condominium building. I mean, it was a condominium building with urban style parking. and it fit onto a fairly compact lot, obviously where the old city hall was, temporary city hall was.
All right, so other comments? If not, I've got a few. One, this is a mention, and again, I frankly don't recall from our meeting in June about this, but there's discussion about removing 1 and 2 family dwellings as permitted uses. I mean, I guess I'm not sure I understand why that would be. For example, I believe next to the library, those 2 single-family houses that were placed there, I believe are in T-zone, aren't they, or am I mistaken about that? So I think there's some small sites where it's appropriate, it fits the scale of the neighborhood. Dave, your house is T1, right, or isn't it T1, am I mistaken? I think the Chandler Fox's place next door. Anyway, there are neighborhoods that are established single-family neighborhoods where I think probably single-family homes would be appropriate. And I certainly wouldn't want to prohibit them if somebody desired to do it. But for example, next to the library, I don't know if you guys remember that kind of gravel lot that got developed in 2 houses, and I think it fits the scale of the neighborhood, and that's an appropriate use there. So I'm not sure I agree with removing anything like that from the permitted uses. Secondly, I share the Vice Mayor's concern, if it was in fact a concern, about having this not come to City Council for approval. I think these kind of projects are very complicated, and I think it's appropriate for them to come to us. And so I would have concern about making these by right. I'm not sure all the little details have been thought out well enough, and they are fairly intensive uses in pretty tight areas often. Parking, I have some concerns about as well. I mean, first off, counting tandem spaces. Those are spaces where you park someone else in. I have concerns about using tandem spaces and whether those are counted as an actual official parking space. I presume if somebody owns both of them, maybe so, but otherwise I can't see that. I'd really like to hear more about how the parking could be provided 500 feet away from a unit and how that's going to work and how we think that's going to work and the like. So I do have probably additional concerns about parking. I would like to know the height of the back of the spectrum. I don't know if that's 45 feet or 55 feet, but I think do you know what that is, Letty? Do you know? So personally, I think that's too high, like straight off on that street, Park Avenue. So I guess I'd like to know what that is for comparison for some of our discussion about what appropriate heights are. Because that's about 15 feet when I walked at 14 feet from back a curve, and it pretty much goes straight up to either 45 or 55 feet. But that would help me in trying to understand what an appropriate height might be, or at least from my opinion it would be. So anyway, that's all I've got. I think hopefully we've given you a little bit of feedback. I know it's not all you might have wanted, but I think at 12:15, it's about all you're going to get for starters right now. And so maybe we can advance the cause and have a further discussion coming up here in the near future. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, this has been very helpful, to refresh on the questions that are concerned of council, so we know what to bring back next time.
Vice Mayor Connolly?
Mr. Stoddard, the last 2 attachments, are those 2 townhome communities?
Yes.
And you included them just to show what has been happening, or, because that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about.
If I understood the questions from June, if I sort of remember the questions from June, a lot of them were about site design, building coverage, impervious coverage. And so staff brought those forward tonight just by way of example to show, how does a site with such a percentage of building coverage and impervious coverage look?
Okay, but those aren't multi-story condo buildings, which is what we're.
They're not. So those would be suited to the conversation about townhouse development. But if the conversation is more about condo buildings, then I think the other example projects that were raised, I think those would probably be more appropriate to bring forward. Yes. Well, yes, and townhouses are somewhat of a permitted use today, except that you need 3 acres to do it.
Thanks.
Which I think pretty much takes all those sites off the table.
Correct.
Okay, other comments, or should we leave it at that?
But we could change, we could change it to say you could put townhouses on 2 acres. I don't know that we would want to, but if we're open to looking at all these different things.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Anything else on this matter? All right, let's keep moving. Let's move on to any standing regional committees, council liaison reports. Mr. Vice Mayor Connolly?
Tomorrow, the Government Operations Committee meets, no, today, the Government Operations Committee meets at noon to discuss equity initiatives, and the staff equity team will be there to talk about what they're doing.
Just get a cot downstairs. They're bright and early.
It's happening in the building, correct?
Dogwood Room.
In the Dogwood Room.
Okay, what else do we have as far as, Mr. Snyder, did you have something?
Yeah, just at some point before NVTA meets in December, we should have a very brief discussion about the weighting given various criteria for future projects. So we're going to need to put that probably on a work session. So thanks.
Okay, other council liaison or council vice, or Ms. Hardy?
Wyatt, can you let us know where we stand with Kettler and the fields? I didn't reply all on that update that Dana sent us, but I'm hearing different things than what Kettler tells staff, so.
Yeah, I will share that with the full council and provide an update as well.
Other things for people to report? Any other additional comments?
Just one thing to report, the Columbia Baptist Church run where they raised a lot of money. A number of us were there. They raised a lot of money for charities and their food bank and their work in Haiti. So it was thanks to all the city police and Department of Public Works that made that possible as well.
Mr. Duncan?
I did not get up at 7 o'clock in the morning for that, so congratulations, those of you, the three of you did. But the Henderson Historic Marker event.
I didn't run. I was there, though.
He raced it. I went down to the free breakfast.
Sorry.
They had pancakes. They had pancakes and biscuits.
Why don't you let him? I just wanted the record to show that we got, as far as I know, the city's first state historical marker planted at the Henderson House. Anybody else know of another state historical marker in our boundaries?
Does the Falls Church have one?
We drove by it.
They do, don't they?
We drove by it, and Leslie didn't see one, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think the Falls Church has one, but
Maybe so.
also the Tenor Hill Historical Site has one.
Correct.
Right. Is that in the city?
Yes, it is.
Just in the city? Okay. Okay, well, so I was wrong, so.
Anyway, it was a great event, right? That's a key point. Yep.
Okay, anything else? Anybody miss Hiscott?
I just have a couple miscellaneous quick things. One, just going back to the public comment from Jesse Capps about a perception or a misperception that Eden Center, Roosevelt Towers, and the Madison are being torn down in our area plan. I'm not sure the best way to go back and.
I responded to Mr. Capps and CC'd staff on that.
Pardon me?
I responded to Mr. Capps and CC'd staff, but if staff wants to follow up with additional detail.
We certainly will appreciate, thank you for getting back with him so quickly. And that was something that I think was kind of being circulated. And when we had the town hall meeting and the kickoff, there were people there who had thought, that, had heard that information. And so it was certainly addressed, I think, very forthrightly in that meeting with what the planning effort was about, and that there were no imminent plans. And but if we'll get back with Mr. Capps just to reinforce the message that
He did have a valid concern. Sorry, Debbie, to hijack your thing about. I guess there was some capstone project that's listed on our city website about the vision for the East End, and given that's not the city council endorsed small area plan, I kind of agree with Mr. Capps that we should take it off the website.
Okay, I'll talk with staff about that.
And then, yes, I agree. That was the second part of that comment. And then just two other miscellaneous things back to the Kettler and the comments about tenant rights. When we're looking at budgeting, I want to make sure that we look at the possibility of having a property maintenance code inspector when we're looking at staffing for the budget for next year. That'd be someone who could go and check in on Falls Church City would have some local authority over versus going over to the Fairfax County Department of Health, so we could have somebody checking in on buildings like that. I'd like to see that as a possibility or understand what that would entail and how much that would cost. And then lastly, the request for signage on the W&O trail where we've had multiple cars enter. That's happened, it's not in Falls Church City, but it's happened over by my house as well. On the Arlington side of the far side of the park by the Metro, there have been more than one occasion that cars have gone onto that path because I don't know why people think that is, but especially at night. So I don't know what that costs. I know signage is crazy expensive, but it's certainly better than a life. So I'm like that to be part of our signage looking, our budgeting as well. So that's it. Those are my random things. Sorry to be adding those at 12:25.
This is a question via my wife. Where did we end up with the speed limit signs in neighborhoods? Have we committed $100,000 to that like we said we did? And what's the time? I mean, given what we heard tonight, or what I understood tonight, which is that we're not doing a whole lot of traffic enforcement right now, is that really something that makes sense, that we're putting up signs, more signs which will not be enforced?
The plan is, the council has appropriated dollars to do that, but the next step would be to bring an ordinance back with a plan for which streets would get that treatment. And so I don't have a date for that, but that is the next step in that
Well, I guess
process.
my ask, but when you come back with that plan, make sure that it's connected to resources to enforce that plan, because otherwise it seems like performance government rather than actual enforcement.
So speaking of slightly, I don't know what, I won't characterize it. This is probably something that Nova Parks has got something about, but I think it'd be really cool to get some lighting on the bike trail. People are really using that thing like crazy, and it's getting dark early, and it just seems with the dual trails, it's getting a lot more use. I don't know, is it possible at all to get even, lighting that doesn't disturb neighbors, but nonetheless would provide, so it's not pitch black there in the middle of the night? Do you have any?
I don't know if Mr. Stoddard is still on the call, or Ms. Mester, if you know the latest on that discussion.
I am still here. I can do a brief update. So when they completed the dual trails, it's actually in the city CIP it's an out-year project to get lighting on the WNOD that would run during the hours the park is open, so it had an auto shut-off. This has been done in other communities along the WNOD, and as part of the dual trails, Nova Parks did take a lighting plan of 30%. Which included sort of a conceptual design for the light fixture as well as the hours of operation and the cost. And we can look at, I don't know if Caitlin's still in the room, but I know that it's something she's always on the lookout for as the grants manager for funding for lighting.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. Like I said, I do walk that a fair amount, and there are a lot of people that are walking in pitch black and other folks riding a bike in pitch black. It just seems like it would get a lot more use with just a touch of lighting. Anyway, anything else anybody's got? You guys want to stick around some more, or should we adjourn? All right, let's call it a night. What do you say? We are adjourned. Good night. Good morning.